Good evening. Apologies for the delay. This time, there's been a reason for it though, which is that I needed to go through a lot of bread material. We'll get into it in just a second, but let's jump into the server first and make sure we don't miss anything right now. Would be awkward if we go into the recap stuff and then, you know, we miss some mega run on the server. So let's just check in. Giga run. Hello everybody. Mirage, Quartet, Twist, Heffa, Normal Cat, Duppa, Jan, Linkinet, Voltus, Zima, NGO, Fun, David, Nugget, Yumi, Suzy, Hammer, Totally, Lapafu, everybody else too. Okay, so let's do this. Hazard, playing. Close to 409 right now. So I think we begin our journey from this run. And then in a little bit we can go for like a full recap. How do they make that intro? You mean the way that it like sort of like creates the blocks as you move? There's like I don't remember what I don't know what it is, Voltus, but okay, if there's like a good point I can show you. Remind me if everyone's on like floor 4, because I need to investigate a little bit. I know how it's done, but I don't remember fully. Hi Lampe, Mioch, YK Compy, Icy Orion, Kane, Gion, Mika, Tyler. Hello, hello. So you might notice a couple of things. One is that I've moved my camera a little bit to the right. And the reason for that you might also notice, which is that... Oh no, Hazard. This is the worst place to fall. We see this pretty rarely. Floor 6 maybe? No, it just misses it. Floor 5 pool. Okay, something. Well, we can go to the recap then. Wait, which one did I... This one. Okay, yeah. So the reason for it is that the world record is here. 1449 meters. So you might be asking, if you haven't seen anything, you might be asking, what on earth is going on? Why is everyone else on, like, floor 11? And Bren is here on floor 13. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what has happened. So, just yesterday, we were still trying to clear the very first section of floor 12, right? So let's go to that one first. So these are Bren's VODs. So let's check this out now. All right. Bren earlier today, 5-hour 10-minute session. 44 minutes in, already on floor 12. Checking out how to do these parts. Trying to clear this jump for the first time. This is the very beginning of floor 12. 2 people have made it here, Hazard and Bren. Hazard had a similar attempt as Bren. Both turtled the landing. Landed upside down. So, now the goal for Bren is to actually land this section. That is going to be already world record. Bren, going in, lands a little bit off. But we know, and this is what we were talking about before, that you can retry this. Bren already found this before. You can drop down into this pool, and essentially, when you know what to do, how much speed you need, you can always bail out when you don't have the line or if you clip the landing. And you can drop into this pool. Carefully lining up. Scary jump, it's very blind. But Bren lands. So then we skip ahead a little bit. Gets back here again. Ready to try this another time. Takes the speed. Lines it up. Perfect landing, perfect line. And Bren lands. This is a new world record already. But doesn't end there. This doesn't end here at all. We go into... I forgot if I made a separate thing for this. No. We go into this next part. So, this is essentially what Bren now needs to do. This we kind of scouted before. So Bren is here on this very run. Has to go down here, jump through these ramps, get the speed over here, get the speed over here, jump with this platform all the way over here. That is a big jump. That jump, not so simple. The Bren is looking through it, kind of checking the struts. We will skip ahead a little bit, making sure the lines are good. Complaining about flickering for about 20 seconds, which is understandable. I'm a mapper, I completely get it. So then, just checking the lines very carefully, and starts very methodically testing out the lines. Is it gonna be the inside setup? No, it doesn't seem fast enough. You want to push as much speed through this as possible. So then, looks for a visual cue here. There's two shadows here that seem to be pretty nice to line up with. Tries out this line. Goes a bit too wide. So then, Bren will use all of the time here. And this is one of the good sides about this floor, is that these setups you can test, right? So Bren, a couple more times, test this out, doesn't commit until it feels right. You need the speed and you need the line. So goes for a little bit shorter setup here to get the line a little bit tighter. Slightly less speed from here. Goes in. Commits. Jumps up. And it's short. A little bit short. So Bren falls all the way down to floor 8. And turtles. So that's the end of that run. But that's not all. Because Bren, about half an hour later, is back here again. Now knows what the line is, knows how to take the speed, commits to it again. Lands in. And barely gets the landing. Very barely gets the landing. And now we can take a quick look at this next section on the map. So, we are here right now. Needs to go through these parts, avoiding airtime, landing on this ramp, landing into the sausage block here, gaining all the possible speed, jumping here onto this platform. So Bren, checking through it for a couple minutes. Kind of making sure that the strats are correct. Making sure everything's looking good. Again, testing out the lines. Getting some motivational motivational messaging from the map. Only way to fail is to give up. Ah, Bren knows it. So, maximum speed. We can skip ahead slightly. Just making sure. Kind of checking for any possible obstacles, any possible mistakes that can happen. Maybe even recoveries. But lands, and gets the landing on first try. And this is what's great about this, is that look at this line from the ramp. The car bounces just so that the right front wheel gets grip very early. We're gonna slow this down. Well, not yet. So here, the car landing on front wheels into the ramp basically makes it so that the car sort of like the suspension bounces a little bit. So the back wheels will hit the ramp after the front wheels, which means that then the front wheels are going to drop down first again. So when you bounce on the back wheels, now the front wheels are in the air, right? And then the front wheels will drop down and they just barely get the grip onto the sausage block super early. This right front wheel is doing so much heavy lifting in this attempt, because without that slight extra speed, with that right front wheel, I don't know if this landing would have made it. That is so close. So, Bren, one section ahead. Allows even the turn, yeah. Might have even crashed without it. It's true. So then, more investigation. Again, don't remember. Yeah, I do have this. We can again take a quick look in the game of what's happening. So now you're here, right? So then, what you seemingly need to do is go onto this platform, land clean onto this ramp, take the turbo, land onto this turbo, go all the way up, land into the loop above. Oh, it's so bad to turn this camera like this. Then go through the loop into this jump. So you need to turn a little bit during the loop, jump through, land into the backwards turbo, hopefully fast enough so that you get to this point. This is your next rest position. So this loop, keeping the speed, that's the next goal. So Bren checks it out. And this is the first try that Bren had on this. Doesn't quite land comfortably, it needs to get instant grip. We'll be able to get back to the platform though. But then, commits. But the line is not right. The line is not right, and Bren falls all the way down to floor 8 and turtles. Turtles the landing. But great progress on this run as well. Needs to start all over again, of course, but, well, as you might have guessed already, Bren's session wasn't over yet. It's not where it ends. We keep going. Again on floor 12. Nails the whole jump. Yeah. We move forward. Quarter pipe is great. Nails it. Super clean run. This is, yeah, this is the very next run. A little bit of scouting on this one still. Lands. Very clean line this time, and very clean landing. So Bren is back here again. Almost feels like Bren has been doing this for weeks, this floor. But no, this is second time doing these jumps. And this is the second attempt on this jump as well. Checking the line again. You notice how everyone on the left side is AFK. Everyone is watching Bren, but... well, as I mentioned that, well, this is what they saw. Into the turbo, and immediate restart. So that's another run. When you get into that kind of a turbo, it's extremely difficult to get out of it. So Bren, not looking to work on that too much. So on a later run, Bren actually discovered that if you clip this landing, or if you do something else, if you fail anything at all, like the line, if you're not happy with the speed, whatever, Bren discovered that you can actually save this as well. You can take the turbo from here and jump here. Now that's not to say that it would have been possible there, because you're stuck on the turbo, it's pushing you constantly towards the wall, so that's kind of tough. But there is a recovery possible, and it does seem like with the first jump being recoverable back here, and with this fourth jump being recoverable back to the second jump, it does seem like this floor will be fairly forgiving. Also, if you feel like your speed is not enough in the quarter pipe, you can recover this one to the second jump as well. So you don't really need to full commit to a lot on this floor. Of course, there are some cases in which, you know, you will fall, especially when you do commit. That's gonna be it. Waterguard marker is not bugged. It's correct. Well, we will keep going and explaining exactly. Don't worry. There's a little bit more to go through. So, well, Bren, about an hour or so after that mistake, Bren is back here. And tries again. And lands it. And lands it. Gets over the reverse turbo. Makes it. And now we're again on a new section. This is all on a 3.5 hour session. And now there's a hole, and then jumps. This is the next rest point. So shorter section, perhaps only a couple jumps. But whenever you get to a new section like this, it's always hard to read what exactly you need to do. How much speed do you need? How much, you know, what do you need to really do here, right? So Bren, looking around, checking still maybe some previous things here. And then estimates, okay, how much speed is this going to require? It's the first time anyone's ever been to these sections, so you need to trust your Trackmania intuition. Bren tries to test it out a little bit more, but it's so hard to get read on a jump like this. Other players in the chat were also giving some ideas. It really is still on floor 13. It's still a collaboration. But Bren, well, time for science. Doesn't know what the speed requirement is. You gotta try something. Asking the chat, Timo, no idea. Some people in chat saying jump looks really far. Anyone's guess, really. Hard to read these kinds of things. It's not like anyone else has been here, right? But then Bren says, I'll try full straight from the end of the block. Timo saying that Whiskey might build corner speed. So Bren's first attempt on this. It's just one landing, right? You've done millions of these in your Trackmania career, but suddenly this one landing is the most important one you've done. In this moment. Usually you can just retry. Respawn on the previous checkpoint and you're fine. But no respawns here. Well, there is one, but it's on the bottom floor. So checks the aim. And you just trust yourself. Maybe you don't fully trust yourself, but you got to eventually trust yourself. Can't stay here forever. Problem is that sometimes you're wrong. Happens to the absolute best of us. But drops down into floor 9.
Thank you.
Oh, we missed it. We missed the Massa consoling.
This Massa.
Okay, very quiet in the bot. Whatever. That's fine. Okay. So, well, this is not it though. We go back because Bren climbs back in because it's Bren. And clears these jumps like he's been doing them for a year. Just like absolutely no problem. Checks the lines here again. Leaps this, and this is the save I was talking about. So Bren discovers that you can just get back to the second trick here, clears these, no problem. Clears this one, no problem. And then gets to the same point again. And now we know, okay, well, that was a bit too slow last time. So it's probably going to be the corner speed. Only taking the speed from here. And this is not only a huge day for Bren, but it's also just like really important information for everybody else. So now, studying the lines, checking in, making sure the struts are there, then it's time to go. Corner speed, a little bit faster. Commits, lands clean, to the ramp, and just barely makes it to the next platform. So Bren has cleared almost all of floor 12 on within 4 hours on a session. So going all the way through here, and now what's remaining is that you jump over to the turbo and you go up here and you bounce with this plastic piece onto this. And what's this? Crystals. That's the beginning of floor 13. So suddenly we've gone from saying like, oh, this beginning of floor 12 looks so difficult, it's gonna take a week to clear this, to Bren being literally one section away. That's how close it is. So once again, checking the struts. Making sure he knows what to do. I mean, who knows what to do, really? The first time anyone's ever tried this section. But someone has to be the first one. And Bren jumps, lands pretty late into the turbo, but still lands, and upside down landing. Just needs to hit the wall. And it works. And we are on floor 13. Just like this. Here we are. We're suddenly on floor 13. Bren just does it. The name of the floor: Iolite's Trace. That is by Plaxity. So here we are then. Floor 12 free. I will say some of those jumps from Bren were still pretty close. And then we get to this part, and this looks dank, right? We have these super steep turbos, and we have everything else, and some water. Who knows what that is for? On my skill level, I am not able to like actually find out what's going on here. There's so much weird stuff all around. It's very dense, and there's like a lot of overlapping parts, it feels. I don't even know where like roughly we are supposed to go. But Bren's run still kept going on. So after a little bit of celebration of getting to this new floor, of course, the discovery begins. So this is again from earlier today. I will link this shortly. I think Bren's still thinking about the struts from the previous part here. Kind of taking a bit of a break, but it's time to check out these new things. There's this ring here, the plastic block there. Maybe you go on the ring. Maybe you go downhill, maybe you land here and jump up through the hole. There's some other options as well. Of course, the pool at this point. There's on the left side, there's the platform. All kinds of ramps. You know, what do you do? Well, Bren has to try something, right? There's also this path on the other side of the glass. So maybe there's something you can, you know, use going to that one. A lot of just looking around, thinking about the strats, and there's a lot of collaboration in the chat right now. Kind of thinking about the window jump, jumping through the hole with the plastic, and yeah, a lot of thinking. A lot of pathfinding. Eventually has to try for something, lands onto the hole, or the ring block, rather. Gets the wheels onto it, thanks to the crystal. And then tries the window, and it works. Gets to the next section. And now again, just the pathfinding, figuring out what to do. That jump didn't look too punishing. Felt like it was more about getting specific speed, not really the highest possible, like, maximum lines there. And then there's this turbo. And who knows what that is for, you know? At this point, everything's kinda, you know, still up for debate, I suppose. Bren's, I think, expression there says, tells a lot of, like, confusion. But well, time to do something, yeah? Find out how to get this line down. This jump I actually didn't watch yet. This end result. Exactly. So I am curious what the line is. Checking every possible option here. Not wanting to, you know, throw this attempt away because you just didn't, like, check anything. Oh, just farming PB. Okay. Oh well. Still good to check. Well, down we go, landing a little bit late, maybe. Into the turbo, and it grips. And Bren will make it to the next section. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. Almost a vertical turbo there, but it just about works. It's so much just like trying to understand what's happening. And what is happening? We are now here. Definitely can't make it to the window. That's too high. Well, I don't know. Maybe you need to chain this part. Could be that you need to chain this part and then somehow, I don't know, it's a weird looking angle, right? This one looks better. That one looks much more doable. You have a little bit more time to get that height. You're less likely to crash into the wall, right? So Brent also looking around. Testing the uphill. It's always very strange when you go to these kinds of sections because also thinking that, yeah, also thinking you need to chain it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. As I was saying, always so weird when you get to these very steep sections. Bounds as well. Out of floor 8 to... So, we wanted to go pull to the right of window. Yep. So, that seems like the best option. The window just seems like it's like the line is not there. But yeah, it's always so weird with these very steep things because you never really have like a good intuition for how they really work. The problem that you'll face is simply that like a turbo like this, you don't really get a good read on what the push is. If you have like a flat turbo, you roughly know like, okay, I understand how, for example, this turbo works. I understand how much speed I need to get over this, like roughly. But when you have like a super steep red turbo like this, you might have like basically no idea what the actual push is gonna be. So it is very odd, very weird. But Bren, I mean floor 13 though. It is pretty incredible. The only player to clear floor 12 and only one of 2 players to reach floor 12, so... Yeah, even like just completely losing grip might be very bad. It could be that it's easiest to chain these 2 jumps here. Could be that that's easier. But yeah, floor 13 not looking super easy. You probably go on this onto this bobsleigh. That doesn't look very easy. Ice turbos push you to the direction that you're facing. So if you mess up the line here, it's gonna be very, very bad. Yeah, there's so much going on, honestly. We'll just wait until the players can get here. But, well, suddenly, this is where Bren is. Right about here. And there is the finish line. 13, 14, 15, and 16. So, you know, we said that, oh, we might be stuck on floor 12 for like, you know, I don't know how long. But here we are. I will link the VOD. From Bren, if you want to check it out. Yeah, Bren said it would be beaten pretty quickly, but you know, not like anyone believed him. No, it's okay, Game Check. We'll check with the players as they go there. Alright, hello everyone. Also, thank you Lebafu for the tier 1. Varisam Sony for the 100 bits. Incredible run from Bren. Incredible day. Yeah, I missed a lot of people in the chat there, but good to have all of you here. We'll get into these runs. Check if maybe Hazard can get some runs going. Timo, I guess, is not online right now, but we will check. Mara has gotten, I think, a new personal best. I think that's close to floor 9 now. A lot of players on floor 6 too. We'll see. Suppose Elcon, Hazard, Lars and Virtual right now are the most likely players to get these floor 12 attempts going. No idea about Virtual. Probably on his stream though, maybe. Hello, Greg. Oh yeah, it's the... Oh yeah, of course. I already forgot. There's the National Day. Scrappy on 316, okay. Maybe Scrappy finally also getting a floor 11 run going. Virtual getting coaching from Bob Parker, goddamn. I knew it. Well, Hazard here. Getting a run going as well, but Mada close to first few parts of floor 8. The beam landing being probably the most difficult one. We'll check in with Hazard's progress though. The one guy we have right now on the server who could rival Ren on this progress. Mara is using wheel, yes. Using it for turtling as well, which is not something that Granary does, for example. Maybe Scrappy can get a floor 11 attempt going. We'll see. Don't know if Scrappy would allow me to take the stream here, so I'm not gonna do that. Haven't asked. Mada's personal best probably on the final turtle here still, or it could be on at the very final jump. Hello, Hoof. Scrappy on 11, nice. Player number 6 to get there. Scrappy can definitely get far. And honestly, it kind of seems like floor 12 is a little bit shorter too. There's not that many, like the sequences are pretty long, but there's not that many of them. So potentially it can be a little bit easier to pick up than 11, for example. In some sense, there can be less to learn. Tally, not able to slow down in time. Bouncing on the plastic. Bouncing again. Might be a turtle. That is very unfortunate. Well, Hugo here. 11 is unforgiving. That's really the big thing. The good thing about 12 is that you can recover from like bad setups, which you can't always do on 11. And it also covers like quite a bit of ground, so it could be that you're more likely to fall down into it from like floor 13. Hugo, close to floor 8. Has made it to the final jump, I believe. If I remember correctly. So more and more players are starting to get these runs going. Mara on the grass, whew, barely landing. The last jump on 12 doesn't seem like it's speed checked that much. Also, I should update the water guard clip comment. Because it's not correct. Incredible how hard it is to purposefully put the game to windowed borderless. But it always happens. It happens so frequently, unintentionally, that you have to have a plugin to prevent that from happening. Edit command. Here we go. Now we are up to date. Should have everything there. Okay, good. So then let's see. Not sure if it's been mentioned, but Brennan Hazard agreed to split their prize money if they get first and second. Oh, really? Haven't heard of that, yeah. That is interesting. We'll see. We'll see, though. So, you know, if they get, like, first and third or something, or if only one of them gets... If only one of them gets to top 3, then they're not gonna split. So it's only 1 and 2. If they continue to help each other with strats. Oh. Could there be something where they would, like, kind of chat in private about strats? I wonder. Scrappy on PB, I know. But I can't... I don't want to add the stream here because I haven't asked Scrappy about it. So you can find that probably on Scrappy's stream. Already on the... Oh, the half loop. Yeah, not on the plastic half pipe. That is pretty good. Couple players playing in solo for FPS reasons. Scrappy has also had like a bunch of disconnects, so it's completely understandable that Scrappy plays in solo, but I can't spectate someone on the server who's not on the server, right? So we'll get some updates on Scrappy through the text. More and more players getting these runs going though. I think Hazard right now on a break a little bit. Mata going though. Trying to get to floor 9. Not really sure they were serious about that. Yeah, fair enough. Well, Mata. Turn around. Needs the speed to the right. It's not quite there, but there's a recovery. There's a pipe you can take here. And just try this again. Came from a conversation that they will help others until the end and not try to hide strats at the top. Yeah, fair enough. Gonna be good for the viewer experience too. Now, of course, like both Hazard and Bren have been already discovering these strats a lot throughout the entire map. So they've both done so much work over the course of the event. Well, Hugo with the same line mistake. Mara trying again. Oh well, I guess it's gonna be Hugo. Well, turn around. Same mistake. Not quite turning enough there, but this is the better way to fail this. You don't wanna fly off the ramp with a terrible line. Thanks for commenting Brent's runs. You have quite a lot of knowledge. No problem. I'd prefer to do it live, but I can't be here the whole day. Not 24/7. Hugo, good line this time. And the landing not quite working. Mara, the next one to try. Landing a little bit too far. And both of them in the pool. Just take naps in your chair. I'm gonna miss the runs that way. Well, Mara chilling, Hugo going in. Good to see more players get to this floor 9 range though. I do wonder if just knowing the strats and the setups there will help these players get through it quickly as well. It's about both, yeah, of course. Like, finding out the strats is one thing. Testing out things is important, but of course, like, the mechanical execution is super important too. So, like, in a way, I wouldn't say that it's like bad if someone who has discovered fewer strats, but just executes those better, is going to win. That's entirely possible. But we'll see. It does look like Bren is kind of getting away right now. But we'll see. If it takes one day for Bren to clear floor 12, then it could also take one day for Hazard, or Alcon, or Virtual, or Lars, or whoever. I think both Hugo and Mada are trying to clear this final jump to floor 9. Floor 9, I think, starts a little bit higher. But Mada has fallen. So, we will see. Line is still not there. Yeah, I mean, it could be for Hugo, actually. For Hugo, no. Yeah, maybe Hugo has been to floor 9 already. It's kind of hard to sometimes tell. Is there any, like, higher part here? No, maybe not. Maybe Hugo has been to that. Of course, you jump pretty high from this. So, like, it's gonna be like here if you do like a very big jump, which is not far from floor 9. It's so hard to tell. But, well, let's just hope that Hugo gets there. We don't need to... Yes? And this wall guard is even better than Ben Parker's... Bob Parker's, of course, legendary run. Oh, there's also the quarter pipe. The quarter pipe is probably the highest point, right? This one. This goes well above floor 9 start, so that's why it's kind of hard to say. But yeah, I mean, it maybe could be failing literally the very first parts of floor 9 as well, but I do think both are trying to get to floor 9 for the first time. Kind of what it feels like. Let's see. I think this is the 4th or 5th try now on this run. No problem with the turtling. Hugo has a very good sort of old school skill set, so what is Hugo doing wrong here? It just has to be the line on the final jump. I don't think the speed is missing. Does the turnaround here? Oh, this is a little bit far to the side, though. That is an unfortunate mistake. On the previous attempts, though, I'm pretty sure it's really just not getting the right line on the jump here. So you jump through this, that's fine. But then, like, a lot of the jumps were a little bit too far to the right, so they hit the grass. Or they're too far to the left, in which case they're ending up being too low. That's not really a speed issue, it's a distance issue. So if you land right around the middle, then that's gonna give you like a good chance. One thing that's also worth mentioning is that the more you take it from this side, the less airtime you might get, because it's like a more shallow ramp that way. If you're jumping like straight forward, you get more height than if you jump like from the corner sideways. So what I've seen people do is land somewhere a little bit on this left side, a little bit next to the center, and then just full send this line, trying to get to the center of this platform too. That's pretty much it. Bren is looking strong right now. Well, turtle works for Grenady. Oh, what? What is this now? Can you go back? This is new. What happened there? Well, the turtle is alive still. What? You can just try again, I suppose. Some input problem? steering too much to the right. I think you generally just want to like press forward here and do occasional taps to the right. Maybe Granady was holding right or something. That is okay. Alright, well that's a new way to do this section. But we seem to be through if the flip works. And it will. I feel like Granada is doing fine with the turtles, honestly. It looks fairly controlled. Yeah, Granada hasn't used the plugin always, so this is not the actual personal best. Granada's personal best is almost at the end of floor 9 now, so it's 1,000 meters actually. Might not be using the plugin right now either. Into the downhill. You kind of end up seeing this part a lot if you fail this final jump, or if you fall down from floor 9. Kind of often end up here. Pretty often though, like, floor 9 is pretty nice to you if you fail, like, specific parts. It is pretty brutal if you fail some, like, some of the early parts especially. But if you get to the second half, okay, that's one way to land. Good job. Then usually you can fall into like one of the pools that gets you either to this point, either to this final turtle, or to the very final jump on floor 8. So floor 9 you can get a lot of practice on. See how these turtles go. Granady switching to keyboard on the turtle parts. Oh, that is a little bit of a late line, but it works. That is also not quite on point, but it works still. And the flip? The flip will work. So no, we've seen Mudda fail this today. Hugo failed this today. Granady has made it before though. So there is a good chance that this will work out this time. How does turtling work? Essentially you need to do some sideways inputs so that the wheels keep touching the ground. Right side turn from Granady. Then the jump here, landing left center as I mentioned before, and then jumping right here. That is very clean. Very clean line. Mudda is still doing the turtles on wheel, so that's probably a little trickier than with keyboard, I would imagine. Hi Rioter. We go into your floor now. So Granada's personal best is not this. Granada's PB is at the end of this floor. Just to be clear, this is a little bit outdated. Has made it all the way above all the way into these jumps. So what happened last time when we saw Grenady here was Grenady landed in a turtle after failing this high jump here. And I feel like we might be seeing a little bit of a downside of using two input devices in these kinds of cases where if you can turtle right away after you notice you land like that, then maybe you can save it. But if it takes you like a second or 2 seconds to switch from wheel to keyboard when you notice like, oh, I need to do this now, that could already be too much time spent. That's kind of what seemed to happen last time. Not able to keep the turtle alive and... Let's hope it doesn't come to that this time. Landing. Happened for Bren when he got to floor 13. Had to turtle instantly and was able to... Yeah. And, like, it happens to everyone. Eventually... Okay, that's close. I think a little bit of a sideways landing could be a little bit safer there. But yeah, it happens to absolutely everyone. Not PB. The plugin is outdated. So, like, I don't know if Grenady might want to try to do those kinds of turtles with the wheel, or if, like, you can maybe just, like, prepare for it on certain positions where it's, like, common that it happens. But, like, for example, Simo has turtled this landing. So, like, that's not really something you expect, and Simo has saved it as well. I don't know if that's reasonable to do if you need to switch your input device to keep the turtle going there. But, I mean, so far, Grenady doing pretty nicely. Back to the personal best jump now. No, yeah, the Simo saves on that platform were kind of like a Simo specialty. I don't think there's many people who would have saved it. Well, here we go then. Knows the setup. Has tried this multiple times. Let's see if it works. Personal best chance. Good line, it seems to be. We'll probably commit to this. No, still not wanting to. That probably would have been... enough. I feel like that would have been like 228, 229 speed. So 230 usually it's safe. If you get like 235, then you're on like a perfect line. But we've seen Hazard do this with 227, for example, with not too many issues, honestly. This landing should definitely be enough. 233, the line, it works. Personal best for Grenady. Great job. No need to turtle, no need to save anything, it works just fine. So then, the tunnel landing, and then the final quarterpipe jump. And that one we've seen people turtle. This landing right here on the pole. So that's, again, a question mark, like, okay, are you gonna save it if it comes to that? But sometimes it's very difficult to save anyway. Quick thoughts on Bren's performance earlier today. I mean, what's there to say? It's pretty incredible. I did go over the progress in the beginning of this session, though. It really seems like the strats for floor 12 are now already there. Didn't take too long for Bren to find out the lines there. I feel like they're pretty intuitive, like trial lines for players of that skill level, which, you know, Bren, Hazard, they are all on that skill level, right? So I do think if other players just have the super precise execution that Bren had, it could even be that Hazard gets there in not too long as well. Wait, what's the MTC theme, Rioter? Hello, Jacob. Bren said he wouldn't be surprised if some people cleared floor 12 today. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We're not here. Close to floor 10 for the first time. Bernard is watching Bren floor 12 VOD. Okay, we're gonna be... Well, oh no, driving now. Okay, hopefully there's something to learn from floor 12 for these floor 9 sections. The tunnel jump, a little bit scary for the first time. Becomes kind of casual after that. Landing here, works fine, no problem, even on first try. So then, this setup is well known. You line up next to this barrier, you do the plastic bounce, air brake, that's on point, to the left, and then the big jump. Is it gonna land on the pole? It looks pretty good. Wow. One shot. That is very solid. Almost floor 10. Need VOD again. Well, we know what to do. Spam getting agitated at all this waiting, but it's okay. It's part of the grind. So, you take speed from here, start a little bit to the right, then you go left, and then hard right, land into the ramp. Small release, so you don't full speed off the side here. Small release in acceleration, and then jump up here. And if you're Elcon, you bug slide the landing. If you're not Elcon, you probably just land. And then it's floor 10. The icy floor. All these tricks. A lot of these... fairly intuitive, honestly. I don't think there's like anything too surprising. I feel like this snow uphill part is where it gets like mechanically a little bit weirder. If you get this dirt zoom down. Yeah, you have to isolate the setup for the first jump, true. Well, Wally doing pretty nice as well, actually. Lines up to the left, jump down, that lands, small release. Is it releasing too much though? It will be a bit too much, and right through the hole, right past level 8 as well, down to level 5 perhaps. Good air brake, but bit of a fall. Bit of a fall, but still a decent amount of time saved. Or maybe Granddaddy goes for a cup of today. We'll see, I suppose, but... Floor 16 did not take 66 hours to validate. Yeah, currently off the server. Kuba's one of the mappers, kind of just vibing on the server, not really looking to get any improvements done. Because the mappers can't reveal any new sections. I am excited to see Kuba's floor though later. It's floor 15. Mada could maybe get some good runs going though. Bren has wall guard on floor 13. Bren happened. I heard Virtual say a few times it took 66 hours. It is not true. The mapper has confirmed that it's not true. So... I don't even know if the mapper started it. I feel like maybe someone just said it. And then, you know... somehow snowballed from there. But it is not the case. It would be absolutely ridiculous. You started it? God damn it. Suppose it's good, a good way to hype up the floor though. What's the real number? So what we know is that one of the playtesters took about an hour to clear floor 16, which is still a big number, because an hour of playing a separate floor means that, you know, you restart a lot, right? And if you kind of like extrapolate those restarts to a full run, you need to get to floor 16 so many times that it will take so long. If it happens to others as well. Like at this point, nobody has an hour of playtime on floor 11, I don't think. Like active playtime, you know? I don't think anyone has that. Maybe someone like Bren has like 30 minutes of active playtime on floor 11 right now. But yeah, like, if floor 16 requires that, like, 1 hour of experience even, then that's gonna be very, very tough. Sure, they were different players, and Bren very likely to be a little bit faster, but the 1 hour from like a very good player in playtesting is still like a lot of time, so we will see. Hello Eddie boy, it's going great, what about you? Did they know the struts in playtesting? I don't think so. Well, Hugo, Telly, Mada, Kubas as well, I suppose. In this range again, Porch also on the server has a pretty decent personal best. Trying to get those floor 8 runs going too. Good to hear, Eddie. Seen anything exciting today? Well, Brent's runs were kind of incredible. Why is the server so empty right now? We're probably a little bit off from the you know, main playtime. Might be after cup of the day in like an hour or so. We'll see though. It's tricky to say when exactly these players choose to play. They kind of change their schedules a little bit. Hazard probably getting food or something. AFK in the start. Haven't heard anything about new practice floors. It could be time to release floor 6 at least, but we'll see. Like, you know, at this point, we're getting closer to the floors that will never be released. 14, 15, and 16 will not have a practice floor during the event. That's what has been said. So, beam landing. Oh, a little bit short on it. What a weird plastic bounce. Is this anywhere? Floor 6? This is kind of incredible if it lands. Oh, not unable to brake the car. Kind of two-wheeling there, so slowing down very difficult. That was so close to a very lucky save, but Hugo also turtled. Floor 7, still kind of eating these runs. But yeah, I would imagine that this week, at least floor 6 official practice floor will be released. I do actually wonder if they feel the need to, like, even release floor 7 practice floor at this point. Oof, is this gonna bounce? It looks a little bit bouncy, but I think it's gonna fall over. This plastic thing right here was one of the biggest run killers for probably 10 different players almost. It is brutal. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Some players will want to do something else than this map for weeks on end, right? Mada and Hugo jumping off the server too. I think Telly, our strongest player right now, with the best, personal best at least. Porch, I think, is the second one. Actually, Ixon, 863. I think Ixon is probably... could it be also on the beam landing on floor 8? Could be there. Could be there. Can I explain how intro works? Okay, really quickly. So, so there's this thing, right? Now that we have a little bit of a quiet moment. So, in the intro of the map, I can't hide this thing while we're just watching it through the screen. So there's this thing where the blocks are kind of appearing like this. So there's this effect. How that's done. Now that nobody's on a super good run, I suppose we can, you know, do a small education thing here. So you go into the media tracker. This is the movie maker tool, essentially, of this game. And I don't remember exactly what it is. Is it just in custom camera? Yeah, so you have this thing here, the near clip plane. So you can change this to something like -1, maybe? Maybe not -1. Maybe it needs to be like 0.5 or something. So what this essentially does, it hides things that are too close. I don't remember exactly how this works. What about 000? So if there's something too close, it essentially hides it, right? Oh, there we go. So now we kind of see the effect, right? So now it's removing these, right? So we can do like 100, and then you have this cool effect where, you know, things are sort of appearing as you scroll. This is how it's done. Probably some similar number, yeah. Kind of weird. Alright, come on now, guys. Dear Lord. Anyway. Well, it just seems to be like something that's needed. Because otherwise probably the visuals break, so they made it like adjustable, I suppose, for the reason that it exists. I suppose the near clip plane has to be there so that, you know, things that are too close to the camera will be sort of like rendered out. I could play, but I'm not playing until the end of the event. I'll try the map for the first time then. Wally? Already on a PB, I think. Near and far planes are essential features of any graphics rendering. They just made it tweakable. Yeah. I mean, why not, you know? Why not, I suppose. I feel like there's a lot of why not things on the media tracker. Good landing from Wally. Probably knows the strat here. Are casting till there are 3 finishers. Yes. It's... My prediction is that it's not gonna be a big gap between the 3. Probably gonna be within the same, like, 3 days. So this jump here... kind of difficult. So you kind of want to take speed from the top of this platform, but you don't want to immediately accelerate so you don't get airtime. Plastic, you accelerate very quickly. This should be enough. Oh, yeah. Just not going quite that high and gets it nicely. Well done from Wally. Let's see how these first few turtle parts go. Good progress. Wally has been a little bit sort of quiet on like floor 5 and 6, but now, yeah, just one-shotting floor 7. Apparently. So, you know, maybe there's still time to catch up. We'll see. I don't know all that much about Wally. But I think the trial skill set is present, for sure. Did you hear about the Bren Hazard deal? I did hear that Bren was talking on stream something about if Hazard and Bren are top 1 and 2, they would split the prize money. Do you think this will impact the fairness of play of the competition? Not really. Because I don't think it's really about money for those two. Like, sure, it's you know, splitting it, that's, you know, something. But really, both of them want to win still. Both of them want to be the first one. So, I think if they will split the prize money, that's just gonna be like a show of respect to the other player who has done a lot of discovery, has done a lot of, you know, the science on the map. So I feel like it's pretty fine. I don't really see any problem. I didn't hear the exact wording from Bren, but I have heard about this today. So, not just place 1 and 2. Also, if they both still continue to do science on the floors and there's no big gap. So even if they're not both on the podium, I feel like I would need to hear this from Bren exactly, so I know for sure what it is. Don't think they're serious about that. Yeah, but even if they were, I don't think it would be a problem. It was a joke, fair enough. Yeah, so didn't hear it from Bren, but either way, I don't think it would affect the competition. Wally gets the first turtle. Haven't really seen many people fail this one, honestly. Maybe it requires a couple tries, but the really tough part is this next one, the beam landing. Very few people have done this on first try, and the problem with this is that if you fail this beam landing, you're kinda gone. It's pretty rare that you get the landing below on floor 7. And even then, it's not like to the end of floor 7 or anything. So this beam right here, there's this gap. You have to be just fast enough. Too fast, you fall over, probably fall to floor 4. Too slow, and you probably fall onto this plastic, and then, you know, it's down to luck whether you actually manage to land it or not. Needs to take enough speed here. Yeah, I think the finish being so much higher than 16 is just because of the final jump. At least partially because of final jump. But I would also imagine that, you know, they kind of planned out the final floor a little bit with the ending in mind. Could be, so maybe the final floor is a little bit more like expansive in a way. Airdown helped put the time commitment in perspective. Streams almost daily. 9 days after the Deep Dip release, Down said Virtual had more hours on Deep Dip 2 than Down had streamed the last 2 months. Yeah. It is a lot. It is a lot. Especially on one map. Also, someone asked if I ever lost sanity on my own speedrun grinds earlier, and I forgot to respond. And yeah, I absolutely did. It happens. It happens probably in like a couple weeks, generally. I think 3 weeks you can go very actively, without becoming like a little bit delusional, but then it gets pretty difficult. At some point you just kind of... yeah, it just becomes like the most important thing in your life. Because it has to, for you to like enter the grind. Might have already happened some here. You kind of embrace the insanity, yeah. Well, Wally here, trying to do the line. Words to live by in the chat by Wally. First attempt, goes for it, and lands it. Wally has been one-shotting floor 7 now on this run, gets the beam landing as well on floor 8. This is a wild run. Actually so much progress. Thank you, Yolts. I'll check in just a moment. Well, it could actually be a good time. Wally will likely check these lines before going for this. We can check exactly what was said. We don't need to, you know, second guess.
If, it's gonna be hard, if we do first and second, we add the money and we split it 50-50. If we make progress together, of course. If I leave you alone, I'm not gonna take the money. And it's the same thing if you leave me alone. Deal? Deal.
It doesn't really sound like a joke, but I could be missing some context from before this, you know? Suppose we can check the previous part of this as well, yeah? Like last minute? It doesn't really...
It's more about the achievement itself. I'm happy sharing strats with you and making progress together.
Talks about how they're, you know, enjoying making progress.
Azard, we can make a deal. We can make a deal now if you want. Because money is a big bonus. Listen, let me cook. If we finish first and second, if, it's gonna be hard, if we do first and second, we add the money and we split it 50-50. If we make progress together, of course. If I leave you alone, I'm not gonna take the money. And if...
Like, if you listen to what's being said before here, if we go even more back...
Gifting a sub to Smitty McCoy. Not even give a sub to himself, or... I don't mind doing teamwork until the finish. I care more about the fun and finishing than the money. I agree with you, Hazard. It's more about the achievement itself. I'm happy sharing strats with you and making progress together.
It doesn't, with the context, it doesn't really sound like it's a joke. Not to me anyway, right? Oh, Wally has fallen, by the way. We took a little bit too long. Apologies. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I don't really think there's a problem. I don't think either of them will, like... It's still a solo competition, right? And if they keep, you know, streaming, if they keep showing the strats, I don't see an issue. And yeah, like, throughout the entire event, there's been, like, a lot of collaboration anyway on the stream, on the server chat and everything. So, yeah, I don't really think there's an issue. Joke was later when Hazard fell, he yelled, "Deal is off." Okay. I mean... Yeah. Feels completely fine. I don't see the problem, personally. Yeah, like, you know, let's say that one of them wins and decides to just donate the entire prize money to the other. Like, that doesn't really seem like a problem either. No problem, Andy. Like, it really... Overall, it doesn't really seem like something that's super important, but at the very least, now I know the context and I have an answer, because this will definitely be asked about later too. Ali makes the landing. Maybe they add up their prize money and donate it all to Villa for casting? No. Absolutely not. I would not take it. I would not take any of it. Not a cent. The players deserve it all. I'm barely doing anything here. Tally, wrong line there. We've seen that being one of the hardest parts. Off the floor, those two jumps, the plastic is one part, and then the next two transitions. Those are really tricky too. And then it gets a little bit easier, but you do need to survive those two parts. And failing those is usually down to the ground. How many people are online in this game during peak hours? It's hard to say, but for well, okay, so there's this competition right now actually, which is Cup of the Day, and usually in Cup of the Day, which is like a daily competition, official competition, where anyone with the paid access can play the map. Not everyone plays it, like, you know, we're not playing it, these guys are not playing it, but there you usually have something like 3,000 to 4,000 people, I think, playing at the same time in that competition. So that's not the total players live at this time, but it can give some like perspective, I guess. Track of the Day, which is the daily map that they play the cup on, gets, you know, maybe 10 to 15,000, something like that. That's usually the amount of players in like one day. Yeah, the Deep Dip 2 probably affecting it too. Yeah, Cup of the Day also, like, it's a very European thing. Because of the time zones, of course. Steam players peak at 1.7 to 1.9k players. Yeah, okay. That's probably a pretty minimal amount of Trackmania players though. As you know, we also have the console versions, and then the Steam version only came like a couple years after the Ubisoft Connect version. Why some players are not using the plugin? For performance reasons. There's been some like issues with performance with the plugin and also with the server. So some players choosing to not use either. Oh, Hazard playing again, by the way. We can check him on Giuliano though. Doing pretty well. Do you think Deep Dive 2 is getting finished before new car comes at 22nd? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it, honestly. Even though floor 12 was cleared very quickly, I don't think... Like, what is today? 17th or something? Yeah, there is a new patch coming. Is it... when is it? Suppose we can take a look at that when there's a good break as well. Hello, Everett. Oh, Giuliano. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a save. That is... gets a second try at least. Yeah. I'm from Finland and it is 8:30 p.m. Okay, a little bit of a cleaner line now. The duck jump, no problem. I think Juliano's PB is probably in these beginning parts of this floor. The plastic upside down loop will take you a little bit higher than 774. So I think it could be this ice, for example, the ice uphill. Or it could also be the backward speed slides. Wood was released after the map was done. They needed to remake a lot of stuff on this map because of the wood updates, but yeah, essentially the route was done already. Really hope this patch doesn't change physics. Rally update didn't. And the only thing that the snow update in November did was changing the wood surface, which I feel like Nadio has probably learned their lesson from that. Do not change randomly one surface to another. Well, let's see then. This should be the personal best jump, I think. Saves the first attempt. Needs a little bit more speed. Yeah, so like, you know, I'm just hoping. I don't know what the update is gonna be, but I'm just hoping. Here we go. Good line. And I think that's a personal best. Yeah, Giuliano says as well. And we keep going. Next to the hole. Oh, makes it work. Now we'll reach the 800, most likely. If Nadio is not aware of Deep Dip 2, I would be extremely disappointed and even more surprised. Like, how would you ever miss this? I do think they know. Great line from Giuliano. Makes it work first try. That is now the 800 meters. There was even a deep dip themed TOTD. Yeah. Trying straight away. I feel like Giuliano has probably checked these sections in preparation already, but this is too far to the side. Should land here. Yeah, recover away. Okay, that's something. So it was a first try. Didn't quite have the line there, but good personal best still. From Giuliano. So, okay, let me just quickly check through the blog post. Now that we're waiting for runs to get started again. So there is going to be an update during the event. Because there's no way that this event will finish in 5 days only. So, Desert Car is coming to Trackmania on May 22nd. This is an old car that was released all the way back in 2003. And just like the rally car and the snow car, they're now adding, you know, the old cars as like basically some blocks into the game where you can drive through gates and the car changes, so you can have multiple cars on the same run. Those are not used on this map, but that's what they do. So, third episode, the final car of the original trilogy, is set to launch on May 22nd at 5 p.m. CST. That is in 5 days. So, following the releases of Snow and Rally cars, it's time for time for the Desert Car to join Trackmania's 20th anniversary celebration and complete the collection. So, the Desert Car, having the two-wheel driving style from 2003, incorporates special features from the Stadium car, such as reactors and cruise control. Interesting. Suppose we'll see what that's gonna be like. So 70 new blocks and items with 200 variables. So probably getting some desert car, holy shit. New blocks, and yeah, we have some new rocks and stuff like this, you know? It's kind of, you know, what it sounds like, I suppose. Seems like it's driving well on sand. And you drive around. So Desert Car, not really made to drift. You have this like two-wheel driving thing where when you turn, the car kind of tilts sideways. So we'll see, I guess. Like here you can kind of see it, the tilting on two wheels there. Driving through these gates changes the car. Okay, not too much we can see from that trailer, honestly, but let's see. So there's going to be a discovery campaign with 25 tracks with the new car. Platform loopings. Okay. Some special tracks of the day. Yeah, so, okay. No mention of new surfaces. No mention of, you know... Anything that would destroy this map that I could see. But we'll hope. We will hope. What does 200 variables mean? Anyone's guess, Arias. I mean, the blocks look fine. Oh, Ixon with the slowdown. Unfortunate. Giuliano getting the recovery. Keeps going. Bren has Wildegard. Of course it's possible that Nerio is adding like a new surface to the game, but that doesn't mean that it would alter anything in this map, right? The only problem in November was that they changed an existing surface. I don't really see why they would do that. I can't imagine, like, with what surface they would do that with, like sand. Seems unlikely. Is there even any, like, proper sand parts? I suppose there's a couple. There's a sand part here, pretty soon. Yeah, the scenery blocks are the rocks. Basically, like, very similar. You have all of them in, like, different variations now. The rally car has the grass on top of the rocks, and snow car has the snow. Now the desert car is the, you know, the new type of rock. There could be some interesting, you know, new things that they could add, but honestly at this point I kind of hope that it's just gonna be the car. And, you know, some new blocks and such. New blocks are always nice. Even though we can make custom blocks, always better to have vanilla. But yeah, this is, for example, sand. So I suppose there's some things like this. Hello, Mortimus. Alpha testers said it won't cause problems for deep dip at all. Okay. There we go then. Line looks good for Miliano. Makes it. Lands it. That should be a new personal best. I do not know about Virtual's schedule. You'll probably find more on Virtual's Discord, for example. Oh, Juliana, oh, careful. Don't commit too early. Dropping down. Landing. Wow, that was a little bit lucky. The bouncy line there. Yeah, from what I've heard, Virtual celebrating the National Day. But I don't, you know, I don't have the resources to investigate everyone's plans, so I wouldn't know. Well, Giuliano, further into floor 7. Not too far from floor 8 actually. The turbo tunnel, probably the biggest problem here, and the final jump, of course. Those two. Hey Villa, nice to meet you. Can I have an autograph from Virtual, please? Sure, no problem. Juliano. Should be working here. will be making it to the turbo tunnel, so 2 strats. Either the ice light strat or the high speed strat. We'll see which one it's gonna be. It's probably gonna take a little bit of time to figure out which one exactly to choose from. Oh, maybe not. Juliana has already chosen. It's gonna be the ice light strat. A lot of players do this, and it works nicely for Juliano. Sometimes it's very clean, but I feel like it's just very shaky overall. Any new wildcard since yesterday? Yes. Floor 13, to be specific. Bren at 1450 meters. I do wonder what Techie strat is, yeah. Not sure. Probably one of the two though. Juliana losing a little bit of speed here. I think this is gonna bounce down onto the beam. Is there anything at all below? Floor 3, it looks like. Floor 4. Barely floor 4. So, good personal best. Unfortunately, ends before floor 8, but it is very good. Good progress. Good to see more players get to floor 8, and especially out of floor 8. Mada and Hugo still need to clear the final jump, but both of them left a little bit earlier. Grenadi almost making it to floor 10 now, so more and more players are getting further into the map. But we're kind of still waiting for those floor 11 attempts to start. Scrappy did get floor 11 earlier today, so we now have a total of 6 players reach that. Elcon, Bren, Scrappy, Virtual, Lars, and Hazard. Might be Skandir as well, actually. I don't know if Skandir would have reached it already. I don't think so. Yeah, Skandir on floor 10. Same with Simo and Shmanil still. Simo was playing again earlier today, I think, but not at least getting through the ice spin, it seems. How did Hugo rejoin? Oh, Hugo did rejoin. Okay, I just didn't notice. Bren does stream, yes. Scott here, did anything happen after Brent's waterguard? Not really, no. We could hopefully see Hazard get some progress done on floor 12 as well. Ten people reached floor 10. Not quite, right? Unless someone is playing without, like, the plugin, because Grenady didn't reach floor 10. One jump away. Simo took a day off as well, and that probably is very necessary for a lot of these players right now. Bren's still doing the daily grind though. Hazard and Skandir were at the LAN, so that was a little bit of time off. And I think, you know, Virtual and Crappy have taken some time off as well. Virtual's website says Grenady floor 10. It's not true. We watched the run. Grenady failed the final jump. Managed to get... where is it? Managed to get to these ramps. So managed to actually get to this jump and then jump here, but was a little bit too low. Didn't get to floor 10. Very close. It is the floor 10 height, and the reason is that floor 9 is on the same height. So even before the final quarter pipe parts, this is floor 9, right? And you notice how it's the same height as floor 10. So that's something to take into account. Norwegian players, yeah, probably celebrating today. I don't really know if there's any other players than virtual, though, that we kind of follow. Not very high up at the very least. No problem. Senators. Heard virtual is taking a 6-6 hour break. Well, here is the player that we were just talking about. That is a meme, by the way. It's before anyone takes that as confirmed information. Cup of the day is over. I do wonder how it went. Don't have any information. Granadi usually does pretty well. Granadi has the second most wins in Cup of the Day out of all players. Granadi won. Okay, well, there we go. One more to the list of achievements. Scrappy has the most wins. I do not have the most wins. My best placement is top 9 in Div 1. Which isn't bad or anything, but it's far from the 100+ wins that someone like Scrappy has, you know? You probably touched on this before, but wouldn't it be possible to build some fake checkpoints to allow the plugin to display progress PBs instead of height? Or is it impractical or impossible to do so? So I'm not a programmer, so I don't know how Open Planet plugins really work. I do know that with with the media tracker in the game, you could put like a trigger onto the beginning of a floor and make it so that when you go through it, you know, nothing maybe happens. I mean, there's already triggers though for the beginnings because it displays the floor beginning, right? So that's done through media tracker already. I don't know for sure if that could be taken as something that the plugin can also read. So it might be that the problem might really be that... I'll tell you, unfortunate mistake. You can't link Media Tracker and the plugin together because they, you know, work in pretty different ways. But it maybe is possible. I don't really know. The plugin actually disables some media tracker. Oh, so like for example, voice lines. So are the voice lines done through media tracker? I guess they have to be, right? So then when you've already taken the voice lines, then it doesn't play anymore. Unusually, this is an absolute no-go, and we got special allowance from Miss. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it makes sense, because, for example, there could be some maps where you have like a black screen to prevent shortcuts. So if you could have a plugin that disables that black screen, that would obviously be problematic, right? So I understand the issue. Voice lines are plugin, and in-game media tracker acts as a fallback. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. So that's just to make it so that both aren't displaying at the same time. Pretty interesting. It actually, like, it would enable a lot if you could, like, use more conditions for Media Tracker through a plugin. I understand the implications of allowing more plugins to mess with Media Tracker. But, you know... For specific maps, I suppose it could be something that kind of elevates, like, possibilities of storytelling and such. Don't think people are really playing offline too much just yet. I feel like some people just join a little bit later. Also for console people, voice lines in-game are just so quiet, and there's nothing you can do against it. That's why we went with this way. Yeah. Fair enough. Hi, Conscious. We did, yes. Essentially, Bren got to floor 12 many times earlier today, within like 3 hours, and made solid progress. Every attempt made like one jump further, and what we kind of found out is that floor 12 is not that long. It doesn't have that many sections. And at the end of the day, Bren figured out the lines super quickly for those. Had the right read on pretty much every single strategy and every single strat. And was able to clear the entire floor today. I think the problem with floor 12 will be the mechanical execution. But now, like, everyone kind of knows how much speed you need for specific jumps. So, floor 13. That's the next one. Hello, AK. We control the flow of the map way better. For example, you will hear a voice line only once with the plugin, and while in DD2 it would always trigger. There are many benefits doing it via a plugin. Yeah, makes sense. Or Deep Deep 1, yeah. I don't think floor 12 will be as easy as it looked for Bren though, because even though Bren cleared those jumps on floor 12, they are still like very, very speed checked. You need like the absolute max speed. So it's gonna be a bit rough still. Yeah, Bren cleared 2 jumps from floor 13 as well. So made it to the 3rd section, but didn't clear that one. Currently getting some runs together again. Hazard, I suppose, taking a little bit of a break. But yeah, sort of waiting for these runs to get started. A little bit. Could be that Lars is jumping back in a little bit later too. Elcon maybe as well, hopefully. Hazard, probably the best chance right now of getting to floor 12 again. Definitely the best chance, because has cleared everything in floor 11 before. But I would see also Elcon doing those. Elcon has been making pretty good progress last night. Clearing the difficult half-pipe jump, finding the strat to work there from Hazard. So now it's only 3 sections behind Hazard. Hello, Jobs game. We are not so close to floor 14. The scenery on floor 13 is pretty dank. It's the crystals over there. Also makes it very cluttered and kind of hard to tell what exactly is happening. But it's very, very interesting for sure. So what we know of floor 13 so far, it starts here. On the other side. You jump into this ring, you go around, jump through the window here. Then you take some speed, you land on this, and you jump up into the turbo, spin around. And even though it's a red turbo, because of the very steep uphill, it doesn't give you all that much speed. So you just go around, and then you probably want to chain a jump through. Bren did not manage to do this section, so we don't have full confirmation of what exactly it will be. But I suppose we will find out. What happens when you jump through the hole on the left? I don't think you get the line for that. It seems to be a bit too close and a bit too high. I think the bobsleigh you need to approach from the higher part and then do some weird jumps. Like if you manage to do, if we go back, if you manage to do the landing from here, jump through here onto this platform. Then from here, you can go around, land here, and go onto the bobsleigh. And then you can jump into this as kind of like a loop, and then do something. You can get some mega speed. Probably go on the plastic here, and then fly over into this pool. That seems to be the strat. So I feel like you do need to go onto the bobsleigh from above. It looks pretty wild, yeah. Yeah, floor 12 actually didn't have that many sections. So, kind of figuring out the strats was a lot faster than 11. Didn't need to like retry things too many times there. A couple failed attempts. Oh, this is so unlucky from Hazard. And then just the execution on point. Floor 11 seems to be like the biggest choke point still. Because floor 12, you can kind of like retry things in the sense that you commit to something and you clip like the first landing. You can often go back to either the beginning of the floor or like a previous section or so. So in that sense, it seems like you can have a lot more time on floor 12. Not sure how Hazard has been progressing earlier today. But I think no floor 12 attempts. Was your reaction to the new height record after waking up today? I can't say I was like too surprised. I didn't really expect it to be all the way to floor 13, but I'm not super surprised about it, because I kind of figured that the earlier floors have happened in a similar way, right? Floor 11 was like the biggest choke point we've had so far. I would have thought that maybe, you know, we would be stuck at the very final thing on floor 12, but if you think about it, floor 9, Elcon reached first, right? And Elcon didn't manage to get any further, but then Hazard comes in, floor 9, and just clears almost everything there in like one session, right? Floor 10, kind of similar in some sense, not that similar, you know, that one took like more players and more repetition, and floor 11 of course has been different, but I feel like we've seen this same thing on floor 8 and floor 9 before, so I figured that it would be possible on these later floors as well. Even if the execution gets a little bit harder, like the speed checks are a little bit tougher and such, I think it's entirely possible that when the strats are figured out, if you don't have to do a lot of pathfinding and a lot of like trial and error, then yeah, there can be a player just kind of clearing everything. Just like Elcon cleared 2/3 of floor 8 on his own, and just like Hazard cleared most of floor 9 on his own. So yeah, and now it's Bren clearing the entire floor 12 on his own. So yeah, it doesn't really seem that unlikely when we kind of look at what happened on the previous floors. Now, floor 13 looks like it's going to be a lot more trial and error again. It's going to be a lot of pathfinding, a lot of understanding how these weird steep surfaces work and how these, you know, strange bobsleigh loops and whatever you have there, how they work. And that's going to require attempts. So I think floor 13, we will again slow the pace down. But floor 12 was figured out, but the strats were there pretty quickly. Some, you know, setups needed to be tried a couple times by Bren, but ultimately it seems like it was fairly intuitive. So the main problem with floor 12 will be just perfect execution. Almost feels like 11 was designed to be a choke point, with most hard jumps resulting in direct floor gang. Yeah, that's kind of the nature of the floor, that's true. Well, just perfect execution is still better than, you know, not knowing the strats and requiring perfect execution, right? Which is kind of where we were on floor 11 for a pretty long time. Even on floor 7, like, people are still trying to figure out, like, which strats exactly to use. I feel like floor 12, with this one Bren clear, is already, like, pretty solid. I don't think there's any disagreements of how to do things, because it's this kind of, like, fairly normal, sort of trial, like, transitional stuff. Not too many, like, options you have. Oh, Granadi! Oh, goes too far in the turbo tunnel. This ice slide method is really not looking that great, honestly. Looks pretty rough. But, I mean, it works for players fairly often. So I don't really know if the high-speed strat is any better. Stuck on floor 3 and my brain is beginning to rot from the respawns. Have you tried the practice floor? Hazard on second place. Hazard only one going counterclockwise that jump. Actually, kind of true, yeah. I've seen most people go clockwise as well. what is practice floor. So in the Deep Dip Club, there is a campaign that has the early floors as officially released separate floors, which basically means that you can try out, for example, for floor 3, so that it's only floor 3. You can start from the beginning of the floor, and then the map ends at the end of the floor. You can sort of like practice and get the strats and get consistent. So only 0 to 5 practice floors have been released. Everyone can play the official practice floors, yes. The organizers will release more of them when they feel like it's time to, you know, let the players practice something a little bit higher up. Hazard is such an MVP for the hazard spin. Yeah, the floor 11, the half loop at the end. That's a huge discovery. Felt very shaky with the old strategy that Bren was using. Thanks for streaming this. It's been so awesome watching with you. Thank you, Indie Rock. Great to have you here. Were the letters in front of some players' nicks? Do you mean the W here, for example? That is a club tag. What that basically means is you can have your own club. If we look at the players, you know, Big, for example, is Granadi's team. Shift, you know, Juliano's club. And you can customize your club and make your own clubs and join others and use the club tags. Oftentimes it is the player's own team. Or if it's, you know, some player without a team, like Virtual for example, then oftentimes it's their personal club. Can 2 clubs have the same name? I'm not sure. Is there a prize for first clear or something? Yes. Currently $30,000 and 103 on top of it, and 33 cents even on top of that. So right now first place is taking home $15,000, a bit more. Second place $9,000 and third place $6,000. So 50%, 30% and 20%. SBV is my club, or SBV. SBV is technically the club tag. Is the bot slow again? It'll respawn eventually. Well, currently already making it back to floor 6. This is the worst platform to have to slow down on. Not really a good recovery point from here. There's a jump, but it's cursed. What you need to do, I think Granadi has done this before. You need to land on this grass here, the hill, and then into the water. Then you can start from the end of floor 5. But it's very, very bad. Even goes off the platform a bit. That can't be really good. Maybe possible to get back though. Oh, yeah. It's so hard to even line this up. Yeah, SB comes from a Trackmania game mode. FPS game by the same developer as Trackmania. Is it gonna land? No. That is so difficult to save, honestly. not great, not great. Bren got the big wild card. Have you had a chance to find out who made the snake recovery? Not yet, no. We'll need to try to keep that in mind. I do wonder if, like, you know, the wildcard now is high enough for players to start going for, like, the final push. You know, we've had some players take a little bit breaks and, you know, kind of relax a bit in this last week. But I do wonder if we're getting closer to a point where players kind of feel like, okay, I have to push now. Bren is getting pretty far. And I guess it's possible that floor 13 isn't that bad. Maybe it's not gonna take like the 5 days that floor 11 felt like it took. So at that point, it's kind of like, well, can I afford to actually take too much time off? Or do I actually need to go and play these like 10, even 12-hour sessions from now on to be sure that I'm making the most progress possible? I don't know if it happens yet on floor 13, but I think at floor 14, like halfway through 14, it's gonna happen for sure. Tally a little bit off from the jump. Unfortunate. Well, we will see. Hello, Ghostenix. I'm good. What about you? Very excited for especially this man right here today. See what Hazard can do. Uh, 12, I think the strats there seem to be like kind of intuitive. But I think looking at Bren's line still, you do need to do extremely good attempts there. Like you're a little bit slow or you clip something just slightly. It might be over. Then you just hope that, you know, you don't fall into floor 11 because there's not much to land to there. Now the strats are there. Bren has done the work. Excellent. Was amazed by Bren today. Yeah, same. I think the others can catch up for sure. Like Elcon as well. Has been looking pretty good. And Virtual also. Scrappy getting to floor 11 today for the first time. Lars, of course, also there. Has been a little bit like on and off on some days. Not really getting those high floor attempts going on. There's going to be a restart for Hazard. The fast strat not really looking to be as consistent as the safe strat at this point, actually. Who do you think are the top 5 contenders for first place? At the moment, Bren, obviously. Bren and Hazard, the only 2 players to get to floor 12. Elcon is a third one. Virtual, definitely can make it too. And then I suppose it would be Lars. Lars, even though, you know, Lars has had some really good sessions, and some sessions where, you know, things don't seem to get really going. Like, I've seen some sessions from Lars where the runs kind of end on floor 7, mostly. But I think Lars on a good day can make a lot of progress as well. So I suppose at this point, I guess it would be those 5. But I feel like out of those 5 still, Elcon, Hazard, and Bren are really the only ones who have shown that they can take a lead in the competition. The others can as well. I don't doubt it at all, but it's still only Bren, Hazard, and Elcon who have covered like these later floors, right? Who have like discovered the strats and figure out what to do, and eventually that will be really important, right? I think it's unlikely that someone who hasn't like been to floor 16 just sees someone else do it and then they just snipe them. I don't really know if that's gonna happen. Yeah, the turbo tunnel on floor 7 has been a big problem for Lars. We'll see if that's gonna improve at all. Bernardi's still also going for the fast strat. Oh, he bails it. So I think some of these players are going for the fast strat, and then if they don't get a very good line, then they kind of just immediately go for the safe setup. So just go here, line this up. And you go. And you bounce. And it works. Do you think Lars is truly unlucky? I've definitely seen very unlucky moments from Lars. But, for example, the turbo tunnel thing, I think that's still, like, mainly something where, like, some players seem to be more consistent than others, right? I think it's mostly about, like, how you figure out that kind of strat. I think everyone at this point has had, like, unlucky falls and lucky saves. I've really, from what I've seen, everything that I've seen, things have sort of, like, equaled out. I don't think anyone's being, like, more unlucky than others. From what I've seen. Wouldn't Scrappy be top 3? He seemed to do the most progress in the least amount of time. Well, that would be Granati. Granati almost on floor 10 now. Has been picking these floors up very quickly. But, yeah, I mean, if Scrappy gets, like, a, you know, to floor 12 in, like, a day, like, you know, today was the first time Scrappy getting to floor 11, right? So if Scrappy manages to get to floor 12, like, very quickly as well, quicker than anyone else, sure, I would probably add that to my list, but right now, he's just not there, right? So, to me, it really looks like Hazard, Elcon, and Bren are doing the best when they're put onto that, like, top 1 spot where they need to discover things, figuring out strategies. And I think that's gonna be pretty necessary when we go into the highest floors. Can Granati win? It's possible. I feel like anyone who right now is on floor 9 and above can still win. But it does require, like, some pretty incredible sessions. What do you think about the Bren Hazard pot splitting agreement? I don't think it's gonna change anything. It doesn't seem to be very important for the competition. Randy only has 53 hours on the timer. Yeah, it's like half of... less than half of many of these players. Bren is extremely consistent, yeah. Probably the highest consistency out of anyone throughout the event. Do you think Bren wasn't joking about splitting the price? We watched the VOD. That didn't really sound like a joke. Like, I don't understand what the joke was when they were talking about like how they have enjoyed the grind and discovering things together. But I don't really think it's like anything that changes anything. It is not very important. Like, the thing is that it's still a solo competition. They're still gonna stream. And both of them will still want to win anyway. It doesn't change anything. Oh, Bernardi. Clean line through the turbo tunnel. We'll see. Currently very close to floor 10, but hasn't quite made it there. Also, Hazard starting those runs, hoping to see those go far. Hugo as well. Almost to floor 9 now. Has been to the very end of it. But not quite there. Let's see if one of these runs works out. Giuliano had a personal best on floor 7. But not quite yet to floor 8. Not too far though. Couple sections remaining. Unfortunately didn't have the speed on the very final upside down plastic jump. Not really sure what to call it, but after the turbo tunnel. Made it past the turbo tunnel, failed after, so close to floor 8. So far I'm loving floor 9 and 12. You got any favorites? Not really. But I do also like those two floors. They're very like classic. Very old school in some sense. Woozy. 13 looks pretty wild. That could be very interesting too. Giuliano not getting a new PB on that run at least. Any possibility to get Viro co-cast his floor with you? Maybe I could ask. I'm not really sure how much the mappers want to talk about their floors as they're being discovered. Probably easier to get some of these earlier floor peoples to comment on those. Currently, continuing. Almost floor 8 now. Good landing. And now we'll switch the input device from wheel to keyboard. Seems to have already done so, actually. Very quick. There's a lot of players that could still kind of jump up and sort of just come out of nowhere. Not really out of nowhere, because we've been following all these players, right? For example, Simo, Schmaniel, they would still have a chance. I think Schmaniel also getting towards floor 10 now, and haven't really seen Schmaniel on the server, but the plugin kind of shows like a pretty good progression. Should be, you know, in the ice level, maybe on the ice spin already. It's hard to say. Scrappy, of course, doing really nicely too. And Skandir. Skandir is also a player to follow for sure. Grenadi probably can still catch up to the top 5, but it would require some pretty good runs on the ice floor on 10. Not sure if Grenady is learning how to turtle on this map or anything, but switching to keyboard for it. A bit uncomfortable with wheel, maybe. I do know that Carl Jr., for example, who's not playing, hasn't been playing recently too much, did learn how to turtle on this map, apparently. Did some turtle practice earlier. RPG map he played with Sam. Beam landing strikes. As we talk about it, well, it's gonna be a new run from floor 4. This happens pretty often now. So many players are having a lot of trouble with this beam landing. Earlier RPG map he played with Spam did have hard turtle. Yeah, fair enough. Well, suddenly it's Hazard all alone here. Above floor 2, basically. I don't think the Brennan Hazard thing is an alliance. That's not the right word. They're still absolutely competing against each other. Right now, it kind of looks like it's gonna be Bren. Probably getting to these new sections first, honestly, but it could change in just a day. So, okay, so if it is true that when Brennan Hazard were talking about earlier where they would split the top 1 and 2 price if they were top 1 and 2, I don't think that's like an alliance or like teaming up. That's the wrong way to look at it. I think it's just a sign of respect because they both feel like they've done a lot of work, and if they both end up in the top 2, they feel like they deserve like the equal sort of recognition for it. Oh, Hazard, pretty close here. But if that is what they're gonna do, that doesn't mean that they're still like teaming up, or like what would that even be, right? They're both still competing, both still trying to be the first finisher, because it's more important for these guys to actually like complete this challenge, and they both definitely want to win. So it's not like a sign that, oh, we're not gonna compete anymore. It's a sign of respect. Because at that point, if they both get to that top 2, they feel like they've both done a good job sort of discovering new sections and doing this work and learning things together, and they, you know, just want to celebrate that work together. It's the same like when you have like two, let's say you have like 2 people from the same country in like Olympics. They have probably like practiced together, they know each other, and they've like uplifted each other, like motivated each other to practice and grind and everything. That doesn't mean that they're not competitors when they go on the track, right? They're still going to compete against each other, but they can celebrate each other's successes, right? So that seems to me that would be the point of it. Ren said that the deal only stands if they both keep hunting and are top 2, yeah. Ren said it as a joke. What was the joke, though? It didn't sound like a joke to me. Like, before that they were talking about how they've enjoyed, like, playing together and discovering the new floors and doing the work in, and Hazard was saying that he's enjoyed also just the challenge and just cares more about the challenge. It doesn't really ultimately matter for the competition anyway, but yeah, felt pretty weird. It's all good, culprit. Yeah, I seriously don't think it's about the money. This is getting into like a weird conspiracy theory territory. I would really look at something like this as like a sign of respect to the other player who has gone through the same process as you have. It's really, I don't think it's gonna be any deeper than that. You want drama? Okay, well... Maybe it's also a way to get pressure off so you have more peace of mind. I don't really think that's part of it either, because I think really like being the first to win still means a lot to these guys. It seems like a false assumption that it's so much about the money. Oh, Hazard! Oh! That's it. But I mean, yeah. Suppose people can believe what they want. Land on ass. Hazard giving some tips. See, they're still all helping each other, yeah? Bren said a few days ago that one of the things he enjoys most about Deep Deep is that he's fighting against the map, not the other players. I believe that's also why he wouldn't mind sharing the prize. This is kind of how I see it as well. Like, the main opponent you have here is the map, right? That's what you mainly want to beat. And whether you're first to do it, of course, you know, if you're the first to do it, that's an unbelievable achievement. You get your name into history books, and that's an unbelievable amount of self-validation. But I feel like, ultimately, for a lot of these players, it just matters that they finish. That's the most important thing. Hazard, turtle, so close to the hole, but savable, and manages to do it. Don't know about Elcon today. Lars is on the server though. You actually need to do that extra turtle quite often, because the bobsleigh is kind of, you know, the shape of the bobsleigh kind of causes the car to easily flip upside down. Into the gap. Looks to be fine. Speedrunning has always been work together to beat the game. Yeah. Of course there's like speedrunning competitions, but like there's a surprising amount of collaboration even when there's like money at stake. Hazard. Flip. And there we are. I think even though Bren has been the one, you know, clearing floor 12 and a lot of floor 11, for example, I feel like Hazard has still, you know, been there in like Bren's chat and such, and kind of tried to brainstorm some ideas and stuff like this. So I do think they have truly sort of discovered a lot of stuff together. And Hazard has done a lot of work on earlier floors as well. Floor 7, for example. Elcon has also done a good amount of discovery though. And it could still, you know, if Elcon is able to get some really good runs together, could be something to it too. Turtles, never a problem for Hazard. The floor 11 spin strategy is very good from Hazard. Is the server open to spectate? Nope. You need to be whitelisted and the whitelist is closed. Hazard. Clean landing. Very good now. Keeps going. Do we know why Elcon never saves and just sends it every time? I don't think that's entirely true. Like, we say that it is, but when Elcon gets to, like, higher floors, there is, like, an amount of respect that, like, a big amount of respect he gives to sections that he's not, so, like, super consistent on. When Elcon is doing, like, floor 10, yeah, like, he's just so comfortable on that stuff that I feel like he just wants to have fun, you know? just wants to kind of get into the groove, just play Trackmania, you know? And I think, you know, it's like a big effect mentally to not stop before every section, you know, kind of just play the game the way you usually play it. That's my guess. And like a lot of the time, the things that Elcon is doing seem pretty risky. Like, you know, some things that Hazard is doing might seem risky as well sometimes. But I really do feel that they are confident in what they're doing. They're not like taking risks for the sake of taking risks, but they feel like, okay, I can get away with this. I know how to do this thing that almost no one else knows how to do, and I can get it done. So then they go for it, and to be fair, usually it goes right. Usually it works. Landing from Hazard. Getting towards floor 10 now, still going for the high jump line here. The only player still to go for the high jump line. So, does it work? Landing looks good. Speed should be enough. 229, that should be fine, and Hazard, perfect line. Almost into the ice floor. Hazard has struggled a little bit on the ice spin, but it's been getting so much better. We'll see the landing here, looks great. Yeah, this jump used to be the main boss of this run. Used to be like the trickiest section to not land upside down. Now it's kind of just another jump. It feels like. Floor 10, there it is again. And we keep going. Maverick's floor, ice cold. Let's see if there's a run cooking here. The ice wheels over the dirt. Jumping through. Makes it work just fine. Really gonna be the spin and the half pipes. The spin has been improving a lot. Really, the thing about the spin is that Hazard is still getting way less speed out of the spin than Elcon, but it seems to be enough. Almost always. So like, Elcon, definitely the most like confident player on the spin. Maybe Virtual as well. But the thing is that it's not like a super high speed check. You don't need to full send it. You don't need to really risk it if you don't know exactly how you can risk it. So Hazard is making it work. Well, we'll see. Don't know about Elcon. Virtual celebrating National Day, Norway. First jump is good. Second one will work as well. So now to the spin. Keyword, timing. You have to do it at the right point. That is really the only thing that sometimes goes wrong here still. Gets the second gear, starts the spin. It looks pretty good. The speed is low. It might be just enough. Not enough. But at the very least, lands the dirt. Bren was on in more ways than one this morning. You might notice that the world record is here on floor 13. And that is this time not Bob Parker. That is actually Bren. Bren Parker. Well, Hazard lining up again for the speed should be enough. Wait. That was pushing it a little bit. That was pushing it a little bit. I thought it would actually be way further, but... Well, no problem. Keeps playing. We've seen Elkon and Lars do the other recovery on that part, where they go all the way back to the plastic and take the speed from there. That one seems very consistent. This Hazard ice turnaround seems to be giving a little bit less speed, but this time it works still. Well, second try. Spin. This time, a little bit more speed and it will land. So Hazard getting through one of probably the hardest parts of the run for Hazard still, I would imagine. Wall record is real. It is the first 2 sections of floor 13 cleared. Let's see now, could we have a run here? Lars has restarted the run, so didn't make that previous one too far. I think floor 6 or floor 7 range. Going to get those runs going, but Hazard here. On the half pipes, turning around, looks pretty good. Landing onto the plastic here. That looks very good. Very comfortable. Still not doing the wiggles, but I think that's going to be enough speed regardless. Good job. And we are here. Might actually see our floor soon, Viro. We'll see. I'm scared. But Hazard here needs to clear a couple floors before that. Landing down, works fine, and gets the other landing too. No problem at all. Keeps going straight away, now into the loop. Is the line good? It looks very good. Should be right in the pool. Car flips, as it usually does on water. Rather, always does on water. So we keep going. Lining up, back wheel next to the light beam here. We're off. The big jump now. Can't jump too far. Is it gonna work? It will work. Very good control there. Back wheel hitting the wall just so that speed is very controlled and goes straight away. Not going straight away. Okay, that would have been just about the fastest lineup we've seen for this one. But Hazard, I think, just trying it out first. Now, wall landing. Is it going to work? Looks promising. I think we're in the pool. Just like that. Hazard. Now to the final few parts of floor 11. Has cleared these before. Has made it to floor 12. But still on the first obstacle there. Quarter pipes next. Thing you need to worry about here is jumping too far to the left. It's a very weird quarter pipe to jump from. Hazard taking it pretty safe here. It should be enough speed. And it will be. Very good landing. Very clean. We are through another section now for the half loop. Going in. Landing is important, and Hazard going for the spin strategy. We are floating in spectator, but probably looks normal for the player. Just the server thing. We have landed. We have landed. And Hazard now can get to try these strategies again. Clean landing, it looks like. This should land as well. Very nicely done. Into the circle. And now this is the final tricky part. Uphill landing into another uphill, into the pool. You want to keep second gear here. That means you don't want to get over 159 speed here. Not really happy with that line. No. 155 speed or so. Does stay on the second gear, and it's so nice from Hazard. Very, very good. Looks so easy, actually. Flying so high with that jump. But it's not that easy. And the floor 12, it is here. We go back to Whiskey's floor. We are here. And Hazard can now use Bren's attempts as a nice GPS. We know how to do everything on this floor thanks to Bren. Hazard has also had a very good attempt on this jump, but unfortunately landed upside down just like Bren did earlier. But we know what to do here. The good news about this is that if you don't get a clean line, if you, for example, crash this wall, or if you land too late into the ramp, if you do just about whatever that doesn't go right, you can drop down into the pool below and jump back into this beginning of the floor. So, possible to retry this. Hazard will go for it. And it's another upside down landing. Anything you can do. Oh, it grips the wall. I think we unfortunately have another turtle here. I don't think there's much you can hope for anymore. The car moved, but at this point it's looking pretty rough. It's a great attempt. Great attempt, but unfortunately no new personal best. The floor after that does continue. You go through these ramps, take some speed from the quarter pipe, jump all the way here. Then take some speed, go downhill here, jump here. Then downhill here, take the turbo, take this turbo, then up and to the side a little bit. Going around, jumping over this turbo here, hoping to have enough speed that you do make it through. Then you take speed through this hole, land onto the ramp, these ramp jumps over here, and then you're already at the final part. So it's only really like 6 or 7 sections, this entire floor. You go here, jump through here, take the turbo onto the left side, and then bounce onto the plastic here, and that's gonna be floor 13. This is where it begins. So Bren has done all of that. And a couple more on floor 13 as well. I seriously don't see what could happen here, but I suppose like when you're here, you might as well try. As long as the car is still moving, you might, you know, try something. We've seen weird things happen, I guess. It's worth seeing if maybe the game has, you know, the 1 in a billion chance that the car just kind of zoops up. the other side of the ramp has like a small uphill. I feel like that might be a better option, but I don't know if Hazard can even move to that direction. Seems like we're going there now. Well, I mean, you don't really lose anything, do you? The car speed at the moment is 1. So, are you gonna really climb this with 1 speed? I don't really know. Well, we're gonna check in with Hazard in about 30 seconds. Could maybe get a backwards boost, maybe something. Look, you're gonna try everything you can. I suppose we don't really expect much to happen, but, you know. Lars, trying to get those runs going again. Hoping to see some floor 11 tries. Heli falling down. Carl Jr. also on the server. Haven't seen Carl Jr. here in a couple of days. My speedometer shows that it's closer to 2 speed, actually. Not that it changes much, but we see the number 2 over here. So, well. Well, now it's touching the wall. Not climbing the wall. Okay. Well, the inputs have ended. And maybe the run has too. It is not at all impossible for Hazard to get it back here again, though. Absolutely possible. Honestly, floor 11 looked very good. Very good for Hazard. So, wouldn't be surprised if it's, you know, within the next hour that Hazard is back here again. But I really doubt there's much you can do in this point. Even though, you know, you can, like, kind of move. It looks like it's so close, but we don't generally see flips like this happen. Lars seems to have made a mistake on floor 6, so we'll have to recover here, but absolutely doable to do so. A lot of players jumping into the server now. Lars and Hazard are our top 5 players on the server right now. Those two both have a run in the 1200s. I'll try this map myself when the competition is over. After I know all the strats. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think Hazard at this point just taking a break. Probably was a great attempt. Does almost look like this jump is one of the most dangerous ones on the floor. Maybe it's even the most dangerous one, because failing that seems to usually mean that you just turtle. Which means that you can't drop down into an earlier floor and keep the run going. You need to start from the beginning. Yeah, if the car somehow unturtles itself, then I don't know what to believe in anymore. What will take longer, beating Deep Deep 2 or mapping Core? Core will definitely not be out before this competition is over. If you're asking like for me beating this map, that's probably not gonna happen. Maybe a checkpoint version, but not this version for sure. Hi Drum Show. Yeah, there's probably some air brake strat, but I also think that Bren probably had a little bit more speed on those successful attempts than Hazard. But yeah, I think this is still like useful information for Hazard, knowing exactly like what happened on these two attempts that ended up upside down. So that's something, you know, you can use on your future runs too. Maybe you know any tips for the first floors? Kind of depends, I suppose. The general tip is just have patience. If you're playing this casually, I would recommend that once you get stuck in something specific, like for example the floor 1 ice slide, that you just go and play a couple ice maps. If you're like new to the game. And was Hazard? Not much point to it, yeah. I mean, he's still trying, but like... I don't see a way out of this. I don't think you can really do anything. I'm trying to come up with something, I just don't know. I can't think of anything at all. As the map goes higher, like... you will get more emotionally attached to runs, most likely. Especially when you get to like floor 15 and 16. That's like an interesting question. Like, how well are you going to handle falling down from floor 16? That's a big question. It's a big question. So far these players are doing really well though. Really just impressive how they're handling all these attempts that end before personal best. Why does the front left wheel not grip for Hazard? I think it does, but just not. It's just not strong enough. Yeah, Hazard still turtled. Today was a big day. For sure. Or is a big day. It's not over yet. We could still see some pretty great runs. Oh, Lars. Not able to slow down in time. Straight down to floor 3 again. We'll flip though, so that's something. But yeah, now we're kinda in these lower floors again. Carl Jr. still playing. Actually, Carl Jr. has a much better personal best than what I last have seen. hazard restarts, by the way. So 815 is on the highest points of floor 7. I didn't actually see Carl get there. Maybe he has been playing in solo a little bit. Or could have just been playing at different times. Of course, you know, Canadian, so it's probably a different schedule than what I have. It's not too bad. It's not like top level. And I think the turtle stuff ahead of Carl will be a bit tricky because Carl is very new to that kind of technique. But could still show something. Why press forward when turtled? Shouldn't be backwards since the rotation is reversed? No, I think there was already some discussion about this in the chat, but the game works like it works. You can ask Nadio, who made this game, about the mechanics. More and more people are using the Alcon line on uphill, yeah. Some people are using one drift line, so not quite the straight uphill, but doing like the one drift at the beginning and then sliding around the second pole with the nose slide. Yannick is playing as well. Yannick had focused on Zealand, which was a big French tournament in the previous week. And now has started playing again, but Yannick only played like 2 days or something before starting to prepare for the LAN, so pretty far behind in time, playtime, and also from what I've heard, I don't think Yannick will really go for the super grind on this map to try to catch up, so we don't need to speculate on that, I suppose. We have talked about it, Modus. A lot. Here we go. Is there any prize for the first one who will make it? Yes. Prize pool right now is about 30,000 US dollars, which means that first place takes 50%, second place 30%, and third finisher of this map takes 20%. So $15,000 right now for the first finisher. Still being crowdfunded. Bren holds the water card. It's been done on stream. There's the WR clip comment. Gonna wait and see if maybe someone gets a good run going. Carl Jr. back to the bottom, not getting a new personal best. It's probably on the plastic loop of floor 7. That's probably the area anyway. Bob Parker is unfortunately gone, but not forgotten. Who's your favorite deep diver to watch? Elcon is pretty wild to watch. But many creative players that are going for some different strats very cool to watch. All these guys. Do you see that sign yet on Spammy's reaction clip? Nope, I have not seen that. Some news thread. I've seen a lot of weird things though. Some weird bug. There's been a lot of weird stuff happening, especially with the water pools, I feel. Has viable skip. Interesting. Did Hazard leave? Nope. Still on the server, just taking a break. Which is understandable after kind of a big run. How consistent are Elcon and Lars when it comes to climbing? It really depends. Sometimes very. Sometimes having some like off days, you know? Yannick's almost floor 6 on his first day. This is not Yannick's first day, but it is true that doing pretty nicely. The PB 671, that's somewhere on floor 6 already. I believe this is Yannick's 4th session, maybe 5th, but still, of course, very impressive, but it is not the first day of Yannick's playing this map. Lars, getting a run going here. Floor 6. Floor 7 is really the big sort of choke point. Yeah, Brennan and Hazard are using the same car skin, but with different colors. Bob Parker was a cheated record or otherwise illegitimate record that was on the leaderboard and was already removed. Not a very important person at all. Well, Lars into the ducks then. We really don't expect this one to go too badly anymore, do we? It feels like even though there's a very sort of narrow section, very sort of tricky jump timing to do as well, at this point we're really just kind of jumping through it. It doesn't seem to be a huge problem for just about anyone. How was it cheated? What I know is that it wasn't like a real run. It was just a number on the leaderboard. No one drove the car. So yeah, it makes it even less important. Yannick's doing pretty nicely. Hugo, hoping to see some nice runs from Hugo today. Maybe to floor 9. That would be the next thing. Hugo has tried the final jump on floor 8 many times, but it's not quite yet looking to work. We have reached floor 13. Ren has made it all the way there, made it to floor 12, maybe 4 times today, and managed to get through it as well. Juliano as well has gotten a new personal best today. a bit further on into floor 7, is now at the pretty end parts of the one. Scrappy is getting close to PB. I don't know if I would be allowed to check in on Scrappy's stream, so I'm gonna pass on that. Oh, and Scrappy fell as well. It's good to get updates, though. Good to get some updates. Yannick's doing pretty nicely, though, overall. Scrappy is playing in solo, just like some other players, because of some server connection and performance reasons. It kind of varies on the player. So, you know, I can't switch to, like, spectating, like I can just click on these other players. So, I don't really feel like just adding someone else's stream on my stream if I don't have... if I don't know if I can do that, you know? Well, Lars still taking a break. Yannick's making some progress. Might be on a PB, actually. I do think that if Yannick actually wants to commit to this grind, like, could probably still get to, like, even floor 9 pretty quickly. Floor 7 is pretty tough. There's a lot to learn in terms of angles and like, different kinds of tricks. Oh, Massa going. Probably still a floor 7 personal best as well. Yeah, so there's like a couple players who haven't been playing too much on the server. Scrappy, Virtual, Schmanil, for example. Mostly due to performance reasons. I know that Scrappy also had like disconnects on the server, which was very unfortunate, so completely understandable that you wouldn't want to deal with those. More players getting these runs started. Masano to the ducks. I like the pitch down water horns. Well, that also woke Lars up. Well, let's see how unlucky it is. That seemed pretty fine. No problem. Lars makes it as well. That doesn't seem very unlucky to me. My god, we're gonna hear this the whole way through now. Well, two Germans here, very synchronized. Massa chaining this jump, does it work? Wow, it works. Brave. Haven't seen really anyone else do that. Seems like the lineup here is pretty consistent for speed. But why not, if you can do it? Lars making it as well. Massa trying to get the landing here. works out. Yannick's... It's hard to say what the personal best is from the height alone. Fairly close to PB. Redoing these parts. Oh, is this two-wheel landing? God, what is this? One of the things we've seen before, unfortunately, happened to Elcon. I think there's a chance that as the car maybe hits this wall or maybe goes here onto the beam, that it lands. That is so unlucky, though. Maybe it will flip. Maybe we'll flip once it hits this side. Well, Lars and Massa both making it through here. Hugo on a decent run as well. Oh, Yannick's actually restarts, so Yannick's not gonna wait. Yannick's not gonna wait for what could happen. Let's see now. Lars has struggled with this turbo tunnel. Massa going for the initial speed, it seems. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, this is a great camera angle. No, actually, Massa also going for the slide. Lars gets it. Very clean. High speed slide through. Massa, oh, looks pretty tough, but the bounces are actually very lucky. That doesn't seem unlucky to me. In fact, that was pretty fortunate. Well, let's check in on... Wait, where am I? Where did it go here? Let's checking on Lars. Over here, Massa and Lars both survived. I do not think they can disable horns. I feel like Lars is gonna do this run like this. Can't hear the horn. Oh, maybe Lars has them turned off, actually. I do remember one point. I actually do remember one point where Lars turned off... no, sorry. Lars got jump scared by horns from somebody. I don't remember who it was. He does hear it? Oh, okay. There's a horn disable plugin. Oh, really? Interesting. Well, here we go then. Massa is not even driving the map right now. Literally just trolling Lars. To be fair, this could be a PB for Massa. This could be that Massa is now one section from PB. Or maybe he's just trolling, I don't know. Well, Lars makes it up despite the taunts, and now has a chance to get onto the beam, landing a little far, but it still lands. Now for the speed. What's up? Doing the turtle there below. Wait, did the turtle die? Okay, that's unlucky. Well, Massa's run... Massa has left the server. Okay, anyway. Lars keeps going. Landing the bobsleigh. Oh, hits the pole, but this is safe. Floor 8. One of the most practiced floors for everyone that has made it to like floor 10, because you often fall down into floor 8 when you failed something on floor 9, and even when you fail something on floor 10. Floor 11 as well sometimes does end up on floor 8, especially the later parts of floor 11. So this is really like the main place that you fall down onto. Main reason is that it covers so much ground, and there's a lot of pools that you can land into. So I think these players generally, if not very comfortable on this floor, then at the very least know exactly what to do. Know the strats, know the possible mistakes, everything else as well. Lars getting the turtle going. Flip. That seems to work just fine. Carl might be getting closer to a personal best here. PB is by 1 meter there, but this could be the best progress Carl has had before. So maybe the next jump is gonna be the personal best. So Lars, landing in. No problem at all. Carl Jr., this line looks like it's barely landing. Just on the edge, and it will. But I think this one might be a personal best for Carl. It's a bit hard to say on floor 7 because there's this highest point in the middle, and then you don't reach that height in a pretty long time. So it is difficult to say exactly, but judging by this, it could be that Carl maybe hasn't done this before, maybe checking some strats, or, you know, not really sure. But we can check this try. Yeah, looks to be a little bit careful, so at the very least hasn't done these too many times, I think. We can stick to Carl for a little bit. Lars is going now, but we'll check. Oh, Carl still checking the lines. Lars into the cat's room now. Asking for good luck. You don't want to get so unlucky. The jump up to the reset then. One last turtle part ahead of you. Jumping through. Line is good. Lars will get to the end of floor 8. Carl jumps through but hits the beam immediately. It lands a little bit too high there. It's essentially the reason for that is just dropping down too late. So maybe now knows the line a little bit better, but yeah, that's a rough plastic bounce to get. It is a very precise line. That entire section looks so hard. Not only because you need to drop off the platform at the very specific point, but also because it's not a straight line afterwards. You need to kind of like correct your line to the left and then to the right. So it is very tricky. Very tricky combination of jumps. Lars, flip works. And we're getting closer to floor 9. Turn around. Looks good. The line is great. Landing looks great as well. To the right we go, and the landing works. So Lars, into floor 9. We'll have a few tricky parts on this floor. Mainly the turbo landing in the beginning and then the quarter pipes at the end. Lars has done this floor many times before, so knows exactly what to do, knows how much speed you need for every section here. We'll just need to be careful and consistent. Turbo landing looks pretty good to me, but it falls down after all. Now, this is recoverable. is recoverable, and as long as Lars is sideways, can kind of look around. So there's actually a possible skip here that you can do. You can go onto this beam. Simo apparently has done it. So you can actually skip this intersection. But the problem is that this turbo, as you try to turn into the jump, will try to push you further here. If you land here, it's back to floor 7 at best, and that requires the snake ride. So you don't want to do that. Lars, the best bet here is to drop down here, which is safely into the beginning of the floor, as long as you don't land upside down. It is a little bit tricky. I think Lars sees the beam as well, and now is kind of thinking. We saw Hazard try this once, and Hazard kind of struggled. It was looking pretty scary. But Lars, looks like Lars will try. It's tempting, because even though you made kind of a mistake, you can still get back to where you started from. So the problem is that if you fail this in the wrong way, then the car is gone. No, actually, Lars drops down. Okay, maybe Lars wasn't thinking about it. Drops down. This is the safe option. You can get back to the beginning of the floor. Didn't even try it. And I think, you know, that's probably a good decision. When we saw that Hazard was trying it, it was looking really, really tricky. And as you try to turn on that turbo, like, it's pushing you really quickly, and if you make the mistake a little bit too much, it pushes you all the way, and you have to go to the snake. Hazard not on the server right now. What about this landing? Better. Damn it, Lens. Watercourt is by Bren. And second place by Hazard. Turtled the first section of floor 12 twice now. No new practice floors as of now. Still 0 to 5 have been released. Well, Lars gets the speed. The line looks good to me. Now can get onto the beam the normal way. Turbo landing works fine. There we go. Hard to say exactly what went wrong. For Hazard. It could be the air brake timing, but it could also be something else. Is there a list of all the floor names and mappers somewhere? Yeah, in the beginning of the map. We can take a look at some point. Lars now. Into the quarter pipes. Oh, but crashes the turbo. That is a very rare mistake. Is this gonna fall anywhere at all? Floor 5, the best bet. Well, it will land here. Well, kind of lucky to land right here Just needs to recover from here. This is very close to floor 6. So definitely something Lars can work with. Yeah, a very uncommon mistake. Oh, Lars can't unfortunately get it, but still falls onto floor 5, manages to survive. So now it might be just a drop down here, I think. Safely gets it, and we'll continue from floor 5. Yeah, honestly haven't seen that one before. It is of course like a very heavy sort of right side line. You don't have a lot of time to do it. But yeah, it could have been that Lars maybe initially dropping in a little bit too far to the right, so then that line is really difficult to make. If you land a little bit more to the left, then you have more space to do this jump as well. But this time it goes like that. Well, Lars keeps climbing. No doubt we'll be able to get back in there. And now at least learned one new save on floor 9, so something to take away from that attempt. Oh yeah, the mappers. So we go down to the beginning. These are the mappers, and then there's other people who contributed to the map. But these are the floor builders. So we have the very first floor built by Sparkling and Spec, as far as I know. Then we have Mudgy, Lentilion, MaxJess, and Jaka. No, sorry, actually. Mudgy, Lentilion, MaxJess, then Sparkling made floor 4, but it's, you know, Sparkling's name is up there, so I suppose they didn't want to put that there twice. So, floors in order from 1 is Mudgy, Lentilion, MaxJess, Sparkling, Jaka, Classic, Techie, Dundi, Rioter, Maverick, Sidelord, Whiskey, and floor 13 is where we are right now. That is Laxity's floor. Then it's Viro, Kubas, and Jumper. And final jump built by Sparkling W. Yeah, even 3 times, as it would be also the very first floor. That's our group of mappers. Very strong group. The names we still have left are very, very good players as well. So we shall see. Viro floor might be, yeah. I know that Viro recently built a pretty dank trial map with all kinds of weird tricks. It was very cool though. It's very cool. Oh, Lars. Oh, that's a new save, okay? The inverted steering, but the drift save there. That was good. Not falling down. Don't think it took 66 hours for Viro's floor. Just beat your first tower map. Nice. So the general recommendations are the Bennett VOD map that these mappers, at least some of these mappers, built as their first tower. Was kind of like a getting over it type inspired map. That one's much easier. And then there's Deep Dip 1 with checkpoints. That can be also something to check out. Hazard is not on the server right now. Might still be coming back, I don't know. Took 66 hours to open the map. Editor load times are pretty long sometimes, so maybe that's closer. It's definitely, like, harder to save yourself, because there's so much horizontal space that's empty between the floors. It's true. Hazard's personal best was a PB equal, exactly the same as before, which means getting to floor 12, but turtling the first section. Took 15 minutes to open the map in the editor. I feel like they did improve loading times at some point, but it also feels like they increased file sizes at some point. Well, Lars already back to floor 7. Doesn't seem too worried about the previous mistake. We'll be able to climb back up. Landing. Barely works. Whew. Haven't seen Alcon today. Can't wait to post the author time run on my floor. Is it the good run? Or is it some... Well, what's gonna be surprising about it? Is it gonna be the time? Or is it gonna be the lines? Could still be that these players are not doing everything in the intended way. It's like 1 minute 20 seconds faster than Brent's floor 11 run? Okay. That sounds fast. Are the players missing some shortcuts? Well, Junior, trying to get to floor 8 right now. Just got to pretty much the middle point of floor 7. Lars, almost to floor 8 again. Getting through floor 7 is... It's important. What do you have to hold backwards on the plastic rail? So, I have a guess, I don't know if it's exactly the reason. But there's such a thing as backwards gear. And if you fall down in this game, you fall faster when you're accelerating. Don't think about it too much, that's just how it works. You can make the car fall faster if you're accelerating. So what I think is happening is that when you go backwards onto the rail, you have backwards gear. And then when you keep holding backwards, it accelerates you in the air because your wheels are not touching anything. So you're basically like airborne in some sense. So then it kind of gives you this like speed boost due to gravity. That's, I guess. Just like real life, yeah. Beam landing, very tricky here. Lars gets it very nicely, very good. Carl Jr. on the turbos. Hugo as well, trying to get some runs together. Would be great to see Hugo on floor 9 as well. But we'll see. Got close today to the very final jump, but not there yet. Bren got to the beginning of floor 13. Not very close to floor 14 yet. I have one question about Forbidden Trackmania history. Ask it and then I'll I'll decide if I answer it. Who played the most amount of hours of the top 10? It's probably Virtual or Simo. How's Carl Jr. doing with the turtling? I guess we'll see. Hasn't got to floor 8 yet. But as far as I know, not really part of his skill set. Is Riolo ever allowed to come back into the game? Riolo was never officially banned, I don't think, so I guess he would be. I feel like, you know, Simo took a day off recently, which is completely understandable, but could still have the most playtime. I know that Virtual also has like 120 plus hours. I think Bren is somewhere like 110 hours. Should be fine on my end, Bum. Here we go then, into the cat room. And Lars hopefully getting another floor 9 run. Some unusual mistakes on floor 9 maybe recently, but still doing pretty good. Paul Jr. leaving the servers, or probably made some mistake there. Back to the final turtle then. Someone asked a while ago, by the way, I just remembered. How many turtles do you need to do on this map? Right now there's 1 on floor 2 and 3 on floor 8. I don't think there's any other turtles so far that you have to do. But it's still a very important skill to know about, because you can save yourself a lot when you know how to turtle, because you will often land upside down when you fail something. You can skip the floor 2 turtle as well, yeah, but you probably benefit from knowing how to do it as well. Well, Lars left side turn this time. Probably didn't feel like there was enough space on the other side. Now the jump works great. No problem. Hugo still working on getting this floor 6 done. About halfway through now. So let's see again. Turbo landing. This time it's very clean. We'll be able to continue right away. I think Yannick is still like halfway through floor 6. That's what I saw. 674 meters should be halfway, floor 6. Lars into the plastic then. Turbo landing, it's a little bit to the right side, but still lands. Very fortunate this time to not have any weird slowdowns there. Go straight through. And now, going for the circle setup here, getting speed. Landing looks to work. Lines the car a little bit to the right side to not let it slip through off the platform. A little bit off to the side on this one too, but it looks very good still. Very good speed. Now towards the end. Towards the end of this floor. Yo, Vikernes. Thanks so much for the 2 months. Good to see you, dude. Hazard was playing a little bit earlier, yeah. Got one run to floor 12. Didn't really work. So, next jump shouldn't be a problem at all. But this turbo section might have actually failed it for the first time for Lars. Turning a little bit too early into the turbo this time. Times it better and should be getting into the final quarter pipes. We go again. Low jump line. Seem to get a... Okay, I don't know actually. Is this enough speed? Barely lacking. Is it gonna land down? Well, we're floating. We're floating a lot in spectator right now. I thought Lars got some weird slowdown there. But no, seem to be fine. Sometimes you have these, you know, unpredictable events when you're watching someone play. Probably looks completely fine for the player though. Well, the car lands, and this one you can retry as many times as you want. You can set up for it fairly quickly as well, so if you're not comfortable with the landing you get here, you can just go back, take some speed here, jump to the ramp, and you should be fine. So Lars now gets another try. The main issue is that if you commit, you might land upside down afterwards. Should be enough speed this one. The line looks better and it will land. Why don't everyone use the higher jump strategy? There's only one person that's using it. That's Hazard. Everyone else feels like it's better to do this low jump. So, I think that most players did try the high jump strategy. I remember Elcon trying out the high jump strategy before coming up with the low jump strategy. Lars, great line. Makes the landing. One more jump and floor 10 is there. But yeah, Elcon, I think, tried twice on the high jump. But it just didn't work. So Elcon figured, like, okay, let's try something new, try something different. And it worked with the low jump, and others kind of followed as well. So I do think most of these players have probably tried both. And it seems, you know, pretty sort of agreed upon that it is the better strategy. Hazard is still doing the high jump line, but you know, it seems to be working fine for Hazard. I don't really know if it's any like specific reason more than just being used to it for doing it before people started doing the low jump line. Hazard, speaking of, back on the server. Probably took a little bit of a break there. And now is ready to climb. Lars, Dirt Zoop looks great. Don't really see players struggling with this one anymore. So Lars is currently on floor 11. He's not currently on floor 11, but his personal best is on floor 11 after the plastic half pipe landing and then one more jump. So the quarter pipes after the pool landing have been cleared by Lars. It's the next section, the half loop. Lars going for the crash here. Good way to slow down. And now we go on the dirt. Zooping through. Seems to be enough. This is one part where we're still kind of seeing players fail sometimes, but it is recoverable if you know how to like press the keys. What keys to press when it goes wrong. Because all you really need to do is change the ice slide direction. You need to do it very quickly to regain control. Probably some brake tips as well, but that's really like all you need to do there. Well, Lars is through that, and now chaining the line here. Jumping into the pool, looks to work. High spin it is. Are you excited or scared to try them up once the competition is done? I'm excited. I'm not under pressure to finish it, you know? Unlike these guys. Lars now will get the spin. Very good line. Is one step closer to another floor 11 attempt. The plastic steep turn here, that has been a bit of a problem, but I think now Lars has figured out a better way to do it. It's still a little bit careful, but it works just fine. Landing on the plastic works. But then it's the half pipes. Everybody is using the same setup for this. Haven't seen anything else. You set up from the right side, go a little bit to the left, turn around so that the car hopefully stays on the ice, and Lars does it really nicely. Then the landing onto the plastic, this is a little bit to the side, but the ice wheels will push the car further. So Lars, with a couple more wiggles, will be landing in, and floor 11 is there. Lars reaching floor 11 by Sightlord. Missing Pieces is the name, and Missing Pieces, it truly has a very tough floor to recover your mistakes on. We could also say that everything has been figured out, yeah? We know what to do, so in some way there are no more missing pieces in a more poetic way. But of course, Lars has yet to clear this floor. Two people have done it so far, Bren being the first and Hazard being the second one to do so. So clearing the first few jumps, no problem. This next one has been a little bit tricky though. So lining up, getting the speed, jumping in, that looks good. Speed is there, makes it. This is the section where you reach the highest point of the floor, but you are still very far. The landing here clips, but it's recoverable. You can drop down. Lars has done this before. Needs to be careful with the line. 2 ways to do it. Either you line up towards the direction of this platform, which is what Lars will do, and it will land. Hazard also has done a drop down with 0 speed from here. That has worked as well, but that seems to be okay. Front wheel next to light. Oh, actually taking a bit more speed. Bit of an unusual setup, but seems to work just fine. No issue. Another attempt then. Jumping down. And the landing looks to work. No issue whatsoever. So then the dirt to dry the wheels. A couple more jumps and then the big landing. Lars has done this a few times. Has been able to get through this section. Hugo falling down there on the side. Yannick's trying to get some climbs going as well. Hazard back on the server too. Getting some runs in. But Lars right now, obviously on the best run. Back wheel next to the light. The setup that pretty much everyone is using. Virtual has been doing this a little bit differently. Front wheel next to the light. But everybody else, from what we've seen, has been doing this back wheel next to the light. Then just accelerate. Land the next part. Seems to be maybe rethinking the strategies. Yannick's doing some runs as well. Has been getting to floor 6 with not that much playtime. Was playing some other tournaments before. Lars is now ready to go. Landing seems to be good. And what about this one? Can't go too far and Lars nails it. Very, very good back wheel touch on the wall there. Then, immediately into the plastic, and it's not going to work. A very fast setup there. Maybe turning the car a bit too much, but... well... it's not so bad. Landing upside down here, that's what you need to do here anyway, so... Lars will just keep going. This plastic, still ending runs. Still ending runs. Turning the car a little bit like more downwards on the wall than others have done. I'm wondering. Wondering if that can help. Well, either way, the run is still fine. Getting to the comfort zone, the floor 8 part here. There is an official deep Discord server, yes. Hope to see a few runs from Hazard as well. Looking pretty solid so far. Cars really are kind of floating today, a little bit on the server. Hopefully the server is fine for the players. bunch of players trying to get those runs started. Haven't really told too much about Cypher. Personal best on floor 6 still, it seems. Which is very solid. Not many players will ever make it up to that point. If you look at the public servers, it's mostly going to be people essentially on floor 1 or floor 0. Sometimes you have someone maybe on floor 3, but that's already pretty rare. So these players getting all the way to these parts is very impressive. Lars through the turtles. See if the final jumps work again. Oh. Doesn't really feel like the line is there, and this is a really good recovery from Lars, because committing into a line that might clip or crash and then jump off that line is way worse than just saying like, okay, that wasn't perfect, let's try it again. Because you can simply get back to this section here through the pipe. Turn around here, it's very much on the edge. Lars going for it, still stays on the road and lands it. Nicely done. We go back. Jumping in. Turbo landing. Looks good. Will land. Was very close actually to the beam on the right side there, but does dodge it. Now gets another run going. Really not the worst. Floor 11 often, especially the second half, often results in these floor 8 saves. Floor 9 as well. Even floor 10, if you fail in like a specific way, can result in a floor 8 save. So it really does seem like when you get these runs going past floor 8, oftentimes you also keep them going for like a pretty long time. We've seen these 3-hour runs from Hazard, for example, multiple times by now, who is right now falling down a little bit. Trying to get to that soft checkpoint there on floor 8. That is really looking to be like a key part of the run. We go back for web jump, lining the car a little bit towards the right, so it doesn't roll back down. That's something that we saw Granadi not do before, and it almost caused the run there. Seems pretty smart to line the car a little bit to the right, so it kind of full stops in the landing. Curious if some players will go back and try deep 1 again after this. Maybe, but I think so far this map seems to be maybe like the more interesting map for many. Bren has the wall record right now, was able to clear not only floor 12 entirely, but also the first 2 sections of floor 13. One thing that the players will probably do is take a break after this map though. that would kind of make sense. Low jump line again. Lars may be doing a bit of a higher jump on the low jump line than others, but it works out. Seems to have found like the own sort of path on that strat. A lot of players kind of just like driving off and landing a little bit further. Lars is doing like a small uphill approach on that low jump line where you slow down a little bit, but you also seem to get a little bit of a more consistent landing. Good landing here as well. So the quarter pipes are done. Lars through floor 9 after these jumps here. Always the same setup here. This floor still has like very sort of very consistent setups that basically everyone is using. Lining up the car in the specific spot, getting exactly the right amount of speed. And it seems to be working really nicely. And the icy wheels zooping through, and here we go again, landing a little bit to the side, but with one wheel off the landing it's usually savable. Elcon is doing this floor pretty quickly, usually. Lars, not really as much of an ice player, certainly not like new to ice at all. But Elcon probably has the highest amount of competitive experience on ice. Bren has, done so much work. We're kind of approaching a point where we might see these actual like top guys, the ones that eventually will probably form our top 3, sort of get away. But right now it's still really just Bren. Hazard has made it to floor 12 today as well, but didn't get any further there. So could just be like Bren kinda being able to get like a lot of progress done, getting away from the others, and maybe at some point it's a bit too late to catch up. I do think these last few days of the week are going to be pretty critical. Landing works fine. And the gear, the ice pin, looks pretty good to me. It will land. Lars getting so much better. Hazard didn't play last weekend, yeah. But also, it's good to remember that a lot of these players are taking days off. And, you know, kinda getting some time to relax as well, because 15 days is pretty long to grind every single day. Mental and physical reset. Oh, well, Lars here. No resetting just yet in any way. Back to the halfpipes. This will stay on the ice, and then the plastic landing. Again, a little bit to the side, but the icy wheels will correct that line. Will land safely. Nicely done. Back to floor 11. No waiting this time, just keeps going. Landing again. And there we go. Yeah, it's definitely impressive how Hazard was able to catch up, but I think the playtime kind of evens out as, you know, Virtual's not playing today and Simo took some days off and such. I feel like at the moment it might just be Bren who has been pretty much playing every single day. Lars? Great landing. What about the loop? Seems to work. This should be fine. Oh, we do hear the pool sound, so it has landed. It's always hard to tell with this camera angle. We go back to the big one. Lining up. Making sure the speed is correct. Jump, looks good. And now the release. Very nicely done from Lars. Twice on this run now, on this jump. Last time didn't work. What about this time? Lines it again very low. Is it gonna work? Oh, that's a very interesting strat and it works perfectly. Lining, kind of turning the car more downhill in towards the plastic. That seems really interesting. I haven't seen anyone do it that sharply, but it works for Lars. So here we go. Manages to get this jump, and now, in case I haven't missed anything, this next jump will be a personal best attempt. So there's been a new strategy that players have been using here, which is the Hazard spin. And we'll see if Lars goes for it. We'll go for it. Oh, it lands a little bit off. It clips the wall. With the spin strategy, you don't want it to clip the wall, and unfortunately the floor 8 save is not there this time. It's a really good try from Lars. Very close, but it's not quite going to be there. So maybe going a little bit too far to the right, a little bit too early. Hazard getting some lines in as well. Yummy and Yonex trying to get some runs too. Sammy has been doing really well too. Close to getting to the turtle parts on floor 8. Hugo has already been through those. Has been to the very final jump of floor 8 actually. Ooh, falls down here, but this is savable. Just need to be patient. This corner strategy seems to be the best one here, though you can also climb up the middle. But this corner seems to be a better one. Almost. Just getting the front wheels up doesn't seem to be enough. You somehow need to also get like the initial speed for the climb. It's all the way down if you fail this, so might as well try it until the end. Oh, promising. Oh, and there we are. That should make it. Yes, that works just fine. Hello, little. It's not too bad. What about you? Bren made it to floor 13. Cleared the entire floor 12 in just about 3 hours. Well, Hugo, not gonna land it with that wall hit, but there could be a recovery here. Will bounce. This should bounce up. Yeah. So Hugo will be able to do the turn around here, go for the recovery. Back to floor 6. Lars and Hazard are most promising players on the servers right now. But yeah, so floor 12, the road there. It's been figured out. So it starts over here. This is the beginning. You take speed, land all of these, land clean onto the ramp. If you don't, it's possible to jump down into this pool. So you can recover if you make a mistake. But you want to get enough speed to jump through the hole here and not land upside down. It's happened to both Hazard and Bren. If you're able to land properly, you can then go here, take speed from next to the hole here on the left. Clean line here without airtime. Jumping through these parts, jump up, land into the quarter pipe, go onto this platform, and land all the way here. Seems to be a very rough speed check. Bren has managed though. Then you line up this one, again, no airtime, jumping here, landing here as clean as you can, getting grip on the sausage block before the jump, and land here. Then speed through this part, clean landing, turbo, another turbo, then you go up, land into the loop, and go a little bit to the right, and jump from here to this backwards turbo, and hope you have enough speed to make it through. Then set up here, take some speed through the hole, around the ramps, landing here. And then it's already the final part of the floor. So from here, you go through this triangle there, then jump through into the turbo onto the left and hit this plastic block. And if you do this well, it's floor 13. So you will be able to do this fairly quickly if you're very confident on it, because it's not that many sections. How many is it? So this is one section, right? Through the hole. Then it's number 2 up until this point. 3 on this one. Then it's the 4th one up until this landing. 5 through here. And 6. So the entire floor is really 6 sections. And of course there are long sections. There's a lot of jumps, a lot of different transitions you need to do. But if you're able to pick those up pretty quickly, you could say that there's less to learn than on floor 11, for example, because floor 11 ultimately has like more things that you need to sort of do correctly. And importantly, a lot of these sections are pretty intuitive, because there's no like weird angles that the blocks have been turned into. For example, we see players struggle with, you know, this quarter pipe a little bit. This jump. And that's simply because this is a weird angle to jump from, right? It's kind of like tilted to the left, and then this one is tilted to the left to the other direction, right? And getting this kind of a landing is just, that's not in your Trackmania sort of intuition, like muscle memory. So all sort of strangely shaped things like this are going to be a little bit harder to pick up and might require a few more attempts to fully understand. But for players that understand these kinds of jumps, they've played these trial maps, they've played all these things before, they might have an easier time picking up these more traditional, more like standardized jumps. So it could be that when Hazard gets a run going, we could even see like one shot through this floor, honestly. It's still like very difficult in terms of like speed checks, but I feel like they do have the skill level to do that. Then in floor 13, which is Plaxity's floor, I don't know how Plexity is, you know, surprised about some jumps here. But maybe not even the mapper understands how to do this, you know? So what Bren did, jumping into this ring, going around, and then jumping through the window here. Taking speed here, landing here, then flipping onto the turbo, very steep turbo, and going here. And it seems like it's gonna be the easiest way to chain this as well. You can probably stop here. Bren tried to clear this next jump by going back on the turbo, but it's fortunately, even though it's a red turbo, it is not that strong in this like steep angle. So you can back onto it, but it's gonna be kind of rough. So I think the easiest way, flip onto this and then somehow just chain this entire thing, jump here. Then you continue over here, and then you have this insane bobsleigh loop thing that we'll figure out, I suppose. You probably go onto the plastic, and then you fly into this pool. That's as much as I understand so far. But we'll have to wait and see what it's gonna be exactly. Oh, someone mentioned Deep Deep 1 quarter wave. Okay, gotcha. Janik suggested that you should jump over the glass wall straight away. Straight away where? Like in the very beginning? I feel like Bren had the right lines. It kind of looked fine. Hello, Twist. Hope you get some good rest tonight. Hello, DCB. Hazard has been to floor 12, not 13 yet. His inputs say he held forward and backwards when reversing into booster. The inputs might not be always correct, I guess, but yeah, hard to say. There's a snake, yeah, it's on floor 7. If you fail something on floor 9 and you fall here, there's like a water pool here. So then you need to jump down here, and then here's the snake. Goes here, and it's very random, maybe like 20% success rate so far. And you go to the end of floor 7. Hazard, no personal best yet. Yeah, the dashboard can sometimes be a little bit misleading with inputs. So, zooming through. Hazard getting a run going, Lars getting a run going as well, both on like a very similar pace actually. Lars a bit further though, into floor 6. Lars was very close to a PB, and Hazard also was very close to a PB, so I feel like if these guys are putting in some good hours tonight, we could see one of them at least. get an improvement. Brent's consistency on floor 11 is still unmatched though. But it's still something that really no one else is able to do. We'll see if that ends up being a problem for the others. Maybe Bren, with every session, will just kind of keep getting further and further away. But I think the other players are improving still, just not super quickly. Thank you for the 100, Armos. It is probably a Finnish accent. I'm from Finland. Into the pool. Yummy has been also improving pretty nicely. There's a lot of people who have been improving this week a lot, like Sammy and Yummy as well. And Hugo still keeping the hours coming. Needs to clear floor 8 next. Yannek's back on the map, but as I understand, Yannek's not really looking to no-life the map at this point anymore. Yeah, getting to floor 12 4 times, not only in one day, but like within like 4 hours as well, is very, very fast. Very good consistency, very good pace. Deep Dip 2 for beginners is, yeah, usually a floor 0 or floor 1 experience. Yannek's stream title is Try Hard Maybe. Well, I don't know then. I understood that it was more like kinda playing it a bit more casually, but yeah, Yannek's of course missing about 100 hours of playtime right now. Because of playing Zealand, the French big tournament. Lars, oh, not able to save this clip line on time. It's all the way down. Floor 7 is a struggle. It's a struggle. I am hearing that, yeah, there's maybe some Twitch problems tonight. Hopefully they're resolved at some point. Not sure about Elcon, haven't really heard anything. Ooh. Down to floor 0 for Sammy. Everyone on floor 2 now. This is kind of what it's gonna sometimes be. If you go to any public server on this map, there's maybe like 50 people playing and none of them will be even as high as Hugo is right now. It's very rough. Pretty impressive for these players to even make it through the first few floors as much as they are. The earlier floors are still kind of tough, especially, you know, the floor 2 jumps. We see people fail still pretty often. I think floor 3 is getting to a bit higher consistency right now. The server is based on a whitelist system, and the whitelist applications are closed. So at the moment there's basically not really any way to get to the server. Let's not advertise any illegal practice rooms. Players are not allowed to practice any unofficially released segments. I'm not 100% if that's what it meant, but I'm not taking any risks. Right now there's a 0 to 5 official practice floors released. So at the moment, you can practice 6 separate practice floors, but nothing further. So yeah, if you're participating in the competition, you will not be eligible for the prizes if you essentially play anything but the officially released practice floors or this map. Or if you watch any runs done by others, like replays or such, from anything that's unreleased or unreached on this map. Some Twitch issues should be fine on my end. No, you can watch this because this is officially reached by the players on this map. But if no one has reached a floor on this version of the map by playing legitimately, or if there's, you know, no practice floor released that someone is practicing on, and you're watching that kind of content, then yeah, that is against the rules. I do build maps, yes. Easy to forget how difficult these first few floors really are. Lars Hazard trying to get those runs going. Yannick as well, floor 3. Didn't build anything on this map. Bren has the current water court. Well, Lars making now just a couple jumps and floor 5 being reached again. Floor 5 also covers a lot of ground. It seems a lot easier to save yourself onto floor 5 than floor 4, for example. Floor 3 as well, but you don't really want to fall down to floor 3 anyway. It's a little bit of, you know, progress saved, I suppose, if you fall from like floor 11, but yeah. Floor 12 ended up being 6 sections long, and Bren cleared all of them. Couple mistakes, got there like 4 times total today, but managed to clear everything eventually. Some one-shots, some required 2 attempts. Overall, super good. You don't have to play 0 to 2 again, that's fair. I think, you know, there's a lot of, you know, mental sides to floor 0 and 1, and 2 probably as well, where you just play them every single time, right? You're mostly spending your time there, because they are in the beginning of the map. So, even if you don't really struggle with them, you just don't want to do them all the time. Thank you, Nils. Glad you do. Shmaniel has been playing offline very occasionally on the server, but I haven't really seen these like floor 9 attempts from Shmaniel on the server. We're kind of out of the loop with that whole progress. Floor 13 is super long? We'll see. It seems like there's a lot more like overlap and maybe compact parts than floor 12. Oshmanilor streams as well? Good to know. Yeah, you can, if you are interested in the POV of any player, you can probably find them streaming. Not all of them stream all the time, but most of them are streaming quite a bit, so. Yeah, I think the stream stuff is on Twitch's end. Occasionally they have some issues. Hopefully it's gonna be fine. Hazard, maybe getting another run going here. Does Skandir really have a chance to be top 1 now when Bren is that good? I mean, does Skandir have the skill level? Sure. Whether the grind is there, that, you know, that's a different question. Let's see then. Maybe one of these runs can get pretty far. Hazard, no problem doing these floor 6 sections, really. They've been all figured out. Lars going for the safe setup. this also has been very consistent. Really no issues doing these kinds of early sections, we could say. Of course, like, you know, it's not really early. It takes a long time to get your run up to this point, but ultimately it's working for these players. Very consistent, very impressive. Landing here. And floor 7, that's the tough floor to get through. Some very tricky sections that will essentially just drop you all the way down, maybe to floor 3, but that's not great. So getting through this one is really important, because after this, you get to floor 8, and that one is much more savable, and seems to also be safer for the players in general. There's like a couple key sections on floor 8. One is the beam landing in the beginning, and then there's the bobsleigh landing. Once you're past those, I feel like you will be a lot better off. Not just you, Twist. Okay, for some it works, at least. But yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong in my end. No frame drops, nothing unusual. Yeah, some Twitch situation. Well, missed like 10 seconds. Oh no. Well, I can tell you that absolutely nothing unusual happened. Hazard going into the turbo tunnel. Still going for the ice slide setup. Hope it works. Looks good. Lars doing the final parts of floor 6. Let's see now. Hazard not too far from floor 8 anymore, and that would be an important checkpoint to reach. Not a real checkpoint, of course, but, you know, that kind of a thing. Landing down here. New players, if you're like a completely new player in Trackmania, you shouldn't probably expect to get much further than maybe the very beginning of floor 0. Even that's gonna be a challenge. Reaching floor 1, that's probably gonna be the ceiling. Floor 2, if you put in like many days, maybe. But yeah, it's hard. It's very tricky. Hazard though. Making this run work. Now the beam landing. Trying to land with the back wheels like this, and it's perfect. So now just these jumps here, and the map should get a little bit easier again. Landing works fine, no problem. Hazard should have a run going here. Very low jump. Okay, well, it keeps going. Didn't jinx it yet, just yet. We're fine. If you're actually like 0 hours into the game, I would recommend that you play like at least the official campaign or some other, you know, go to some server or whatever before going to any kind of a tower map. That would be the recommendation. Hello Witness and Blue Sky. Don't play the training campaign, it's very bad. No issue getting into this turtle. We go through. Oh, the turtle, pretty weak, but Hazard keeps it going. Just a sideways motion to strengthen it. There's supposedly some easier version of this tower in the works, but we don't really know much about it. There's also the earlier towers, the Bennett VOD map, and then the Deep one with checkpoints. There's eventually going to be a checkpoint version of this map as well once the event is over. Yeah, Heffa, but we haven't heard anything more about it, so I don't really know what the plans are. Let's see. Through these turtles, I think Lars has probably made it... Yeah, Lars has made it to the end of floor 7, so just the final jump remaining. And Lars will be turtling as well. Getting these sideways movements, lining up the wheels to go over the narrow parts, and it works just fine. Turn around. And we go for the jump to the right. Hazard nails this pretty much every time. And now we're on floor 9. And this is important because floor 8 is right below. You will be able to recover most of your mistakes on this floor. Lars, getting into the first turtle as well, so both of them are in this important choke point of the map. Getting past floor 7. And if Lars can also get the beam landing and the bobsleigh landing, that should be a very good sign for both runs. Turbo landing here. Gets it nicely. Lining up towards the turbos. A little bit to the left this... No, sorry, to the right this line, but works still. I don't know how exactly straight you need to be there at this point when I think the players kind of understand how to correct the line if it's looking bad, and they know what can go wrong, like, you know, slightly clipping the back wheels, for example. So maybe it's still fairly controlled. Even if the line is not like 100% like pixel perfect. Jumping up, landing it in. Bren is doing pretty great, and there's really no match right now, but Hazard did get to floor 12 earlier today. Not further than before, equaled the personal best turtling. Unfortunately, the first section there, but it wasn't bad at all. Wasn't bad at all. .226 speed, barely enough, but Hazard has really good lines here. Seems to work pretty much every single time. And then final quarter pipes off the floor. Landing onto the pole here. Looks pretty good. It might turtle. Okay. That was some suspense, but Hazard is safely on the pole. One of the scarier looking landings in a while. And then just the ramps and we are through. Landing here. No problem. Who do you see catching up to Bren, Virtual, and Hazard? Do you see anyone catching up and making it more of a contest to finish first? So, Elcon and Lars are actually still a little bit ahead of Virtual. Slightly ahead on floor 11. But Scrappy has made it to floor 11 today as well. There's still Simo and Scandier, who could potentially make it to floor 11 and, you know, maybe be surprisingly consistent on it. Now that some strats have been figured out and, you know, their skill sets seem to be pretty strong on that kind of stuff. Granadi almost on floor 10. Made it very close. But it didn't quite work. Lars PB from today morning. How far did he get? Suppose we can get if we can check it if Lars is not there. I mean Hazard is not there. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. So actually Lars has gotten to this uphill part. Let's try it. This is a tricky one. Requires a specific amount of speed. Oh, that's unfortunate. The plastic bounce. That is really solid for Lars though. So okay, Lars has gotten a little bit further today than I thought. So thank you. We shall see. We shall see. I think the world record will, yeah, 30 to 40 minutes. Sub 40. But we'll see what exactly. Hard to estimate. Lars, floor 9, important choke point as well. The turbo landings really in the beginning are still really important to get. After you're on the second half of floor 9, I think the mistakes become a lot easier to save. Usually it's floor 8 below. Yummy also good progress. Getting towards a Pearl Best. I'll be getting a run going as well. But Lars, onto those tricky turbo landings. Perfect landing here. That should be fine. Should work. Hazard going now as well. Through these floor 10 sections. Up the snow. Done these sections before. Then the speed from the dirt. And this is really one of the three things that sometimes still goes a little bit wrong. Plan looks good though. There's a recovery at least. Not really that impossible to save though. If you're a bit slow, it can be very tricky. Sliding down that snow, downhill. But it works for Hazard. Getting some good recoveries in. Lars, unfortunately, is on the snake. But it looks pretty decent so far, actually. Okay. Well, Lars makes the snake work. It's probably missing the landing onto the turbo on the other side. So Hazard into the spin. A bit early, a bit slow, maybe landing on the dirt. Barely keeps it on the ring. So Hazard will get a second try. This was how the previous run looked like as well. Needing 2 attempts on the spin, but fortunately the dirt is below. And the save is there as well. Yummy! Yeah, getting a floor 7 attempt here as well. We can check Hazard getting through the ice slide. You can see Yummy into floor 7. That is still like a top 30 placement, I want to say. Top 35 maybe. Back to the snow uphill. It is kind of crazy how even this floor 10, you know, we were talking about it like, could it be the hardest floor? At this point it's turned into, sure, a tough floor, but not really something that we talk about when we talk about like progression, right? For a lot of these players, I feel that floor 7 is actually ending more runs than this floor. Back to the ice bin. Sliding up, taking the speed up very carefully every time. Gets the gear though. Is this enough speed? It's close. It does make it. So Hazard barely getting these landings, but it seems to be working. Can I twist? Getting the speed for this uphill, full steering, ice sliding into the dirt. Landing on plastic here. Down to the ice. Turning around. And then onto the plastic. Landing looks good. We'll steer a little bit further to the middle anyway. The icy wheels making it a little bit more slippery, but Hazard is through just clean. No problem at all. Seems to be getting these half pipes really, really nicely now. Floor 11. That's where it gets more difficult. First spark done. But now for the line into the quarter pipe and then jump up. Flips the back wheel a little bit. Oh, doesn't slow down in time. Maybe it's into the pool. Yeah, it's into the pool. So we'll be able to do floor 10 again. I don't really know. I'm not sure if Hazard right there at the end. Like if you clip the landing, then generally you're going to just want to save it because you need so much speed. I guess the pool landing is still fine though. Like floor 10, it's not too bad. Doesn't seem super decisive on this run. Lars' run, currently on the second turtle here. Ren called Hazard the trial goat earlier. What has done to earn the praise? If you go onto like any trial map at all, I feel like you will find Hazard in the top 5. Probably in the top 1. As far as like tournaments go, I don't think there's all that many trial tournaments around, but like Hazard just is super good at grinding, hunting those trial records. RPG records, of course, too. Also pathfinding, all kinds of things. Like, this kind of a map suits Hazard so well. And sure, there might be some elements here, like, you know, the ice spins and such, that are not exactly stuff that Hazard has done before, but at the same time, learning those new things very quickly. Around the ice again. So back we go, into those uphills and everything else. Yeah, the Trial Discovery Tournament that Spam organized, I guess? What's my favorite moment now? I feel like Brent's entire session from earlier today was just kind of incredible. Probably the single greatest 3 or 4 hours we've had so far. Here we go then. Third attempt on the ice spin on this run. Gets the gear, gets the spin, but it's a bit late. Oh, the save attempt. It will land on the ice. And it will land on the dirt. Oof. Careful with the icy wheels, but Hazard saves it. Good thinking there. I think Hazard at this point knows that, okay, if the line is not good, I can at least try to go for the best possible save. And it seems like the best possible save is down to the left there. Down to the right, you kind of risk falling into the hole on the dirt. Down to the left, you land into generally the ice downhill, right? Here we go. The first day was pretty great though. All the discoveries and everyone kind of, you know, trying to figure out the tricks together in the first few floors. a little bit low this time on the jump. The speed felt like it was fine. Is this gonna drop to floor 7? Oh, so close. Floor 3 it is, maybe. But on the ice, it's gonna be impossible to save. Yeah. All the way down. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, the line looked good, but I think what you really want to do there is kind of jump from lower right side of the pipe onto like a high jump line. That's kind of what was lacking. As in, you don't want to fall off from there, you want to jump. It looked fine to me, but I suppose it was slightly off. Well, Hazard, back on the climb. It's gonna happen sometimes. At the very least, got another try on floor 11. Of course, we're waiting for the floor 12 runs to come in. Those would be huge for Hazard. Lars, waiting for the reset jump. I think I need some hydration before I lose my voice. So I will also be right back in just 1 minute. Here we are. Lars really getting the blessings in from this one. Matt has a pretty good PB as well, by the way. 855. Getting closer to the turtle parts. Please do not trash talk other streamers. I'm not looking to have my platform being used in that way. I also will not catch everything, unfortunately. Probably need some more mods, yeah. It's a great car skin, hey. Fantastic. Lars, on the move. Is Red still here, maybe? Maybe you can do some timeouts. I'm not sure who it even was. I think, like, the one thing to consider is that really what makes this event work at all is that people are doing the 100+ hour grinds, right? Otherwise, there's really not too much point to it. Like, of course, there's a lot of money in the prize pool, but I feel like a lot of the donations come from the fact that there's this prestige linked to the entire thing. Where essentially, you know, you see all these players that really try to win. They're putting in kind of ridiculous hours every single day, with very few days off, to trying to achieve something, and then kind of snowballs from there, right? That is what makes this work. So I feel like absolutely everyone who is putting in those hours deserves a lot of respect. Price pool right now is a bit over $30,000. Did Bren make progress today? You could say so, yeah. As in, Bren has cleared entire floor 12 all alone. Couple jumps on floor 13 as well. You actually have to go in one go through floor 13, second and third jump. I don't know if you have to chain it, but it's probably easiest to chain. So I think that's what we'll see players try to do as well. Lars, onto the turbo. Last time, I think Lars fell off from here and had to do the snake, so we're hoping for a better line through this second turbo. Here we go. Landing, air brake, works nicely. So we should be safe for a while. Still some tricky jumps, but there are better recoveries than the snake after this one at least. Landing in. There it is. Hazard back to climbing as well. Floor 5 right now. And there is another player who has joined the server too. Elcon doing these midnight sessions now. Drift through. Oh, Lars will redo this line. Not happy with the speed. Did actually fail this once. But this time, looks like a good line. Speed is there. Wow, we're really floating in spectating today. I did not build the floor. Not this time. Not everyone lives in Iceland. Big for sun. Down we go, Lars, with this interesting line, a little bit different, but it works. Lars is making it work. Jumping a little bit higher, still doing the low jump line, but jumping a little bit higher than others. And it seems to be good. Makes it through into the tunnel. And now plastic. And we jump up, hopefully land as well. Looks very good. Lars again on his way to floor 10. I don't build TMNF, so not this time. But Lars, floor 10. There it is. Very consistent overall. Multiple times into this floor, and floor 10 has been going much better too. So we shall see. Not too much progress today since the Bren record. Onto the dirt then. So Lars getting into these a little bit trickier parts of floor 10, but like generally speaking, I feel like everyone has improved on this floor so much. Everyone's looking so much better. Everyone knows exactly what to do. Lars zooping in, the line is great, no problem. I sliding through, and should be fine, no problem at all. We've been playing KR 185, that's a full luck map. I don't think it's hard, it's just, you just need to get lucky. But good luck. How's the 20-minute map coming along? Exclamation point core. Still working on it. No problem on these first few parts on Lars. For KR5, you need to make a map that isn't extreme. Why? I don't really try to build hard maps, they just happen. You can play the whole map offline. There's a campaign, yeah, in the Deep Dip campaign, you can play the map in solo too. KR4 was pain because the maps were too hard. True, but why accept my map if it's too hard? Is that my fault? Just don't take it. Lars has the lineup, sliding up, no problem. And we move on. I tried to build easier maps and they were really bad. Maybe I just don't have it in me. I'll try though. It was kind of fun actually, 6%. But probably not a good map overall. Hazard, good progress into the turbo tunnel here. Let's see how the slide goes. Good. No problem at all. Lars' power went out? Is that so? I mean, Lars is still on the server playing. Both monitors turned off. Maybe just the monitor thing? Because it looks like the game is fine. Surely it would have disconnected. But good thing it didn't happen during a run. During a section. Light also, interesting. Well, it's good that the, you know, game stayed open. Hopefully Lars doesn't have like a big hardware issue right now. Hopefully just a very rare thing where, you know, something goes dark for a second and then fine again. Well, Lars at the very least into the pool, into the spin. The spin timing looks good enough. The speed definitely good. So Lars makes it through him. Then we slide around. Lars just managed to do it. Had some trouble initially on this section, but now has figured out how to get through it. But then the landing into plastic. Maybe still having some issues or trying to resolve something. Going in now though. Landing. Works out. Lining up on the left side, making space for the right side turn, and then jumping through. Seems to be good. We should be very much in the center. Couple wiggles there to increase the speed more, and we are through to floor 11. Missing pieces by Side Lord. In this one a couple times. But it is pretty difficult still. Couple sections in the middle especially. Well, Lars, starting strong though. Getting the first few jumps, no problem. Then taking a little bit more speed than others we've seen, but it seems to be working. Lars, clean landing and another one as well. Very nicely done. Now going right in. Getting the speed. Loop landing. It looks good enough. You can have a little bit less speed here and it's still gonna work. So don't need to push for that perfect landing. Probably understanding that also makes it a lot safer. We'll be able to now to try out the big jump. Good landing. And the second one as well. Then the lineup has done this a couple times already today, but the full clear of this floor, that's still missing. Has been able to get to the ring part at the very end. So there is good progress from Lars. 2 jumps away from finishing this floor. Only top 3 player. Checking the strats. Thank you, Clocky, for the prime, and Mitch for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Hazard approaching as well, getting to that second half of floor 9 that is really important to reach for the safe spots on floor 8 below. But Lars, maybe ready to try again. Difficult jump. Going too far on this jump means that you fall right down to the center of the map and there's nothing there, so... Of course you don't want to fail any jump on this map. But this one especially. There's no recovery. Lars lining it up. Looks to be a bit far. Still almost lands it. Oh, it's so close, but no. Back to the bottom. That's how the runs sometimes end. This jump is really tough still. Even though these players have kind of done it quite a bit now, I feel like a lot of these players have cleared it at least 5 times by now. It's still just so difficult. Well, Hazard back onto floor 10 as well has been really nice on these earlier floors today. The pink surface on floor 9, that's basically the same as the tarmac surface. Just a different visually. A different block visually. Why did the route where you jump to the right of that platform into red blocks not become the main route? So Elcon tried it a couple times. Elcon made it and failed it as well. I think the issue with it is that it's a higher jump. So it's a bit more like a speed check. And at the end of the day, if you jump a little bit more to the left, you might have a little bit more space to land to. Like forwards, right? Because the surface curves to the side. So landing to the left, you get a little bit more surface, even if you maybe need to release a bit more, and maybe the releasing more is kind of like harder to time than doing like a tiny release. But it seems like these players are valuing the extra space rather than the barrier, because you can still go over the barrier. So it's kind of rough. Hazard into the pool. Works fine this time. No new mistakes there. I'm not sure if 13 is going to be easier. I don't know. I feel like ordering the floors might have also to do with like which floors come after the other, because there's like, you know, for example, floor 9 has floor 8 below, so it could be that there's like floor 8 recovery points in some sense. It could also be that floor 8 is sort of the like main recovery point, because floor 8 is in the middle, right? So it could be that that's like the middle sort of checkpoint in a way. So maybe they wanted to keep it kind of clean for certain floors. Maybe the highest floors are kind of easier to save on floor 8. I don't know. Floor 12 has a lot of recoveries within itself. Yeah, that's true. There could be a lot of like reasoning, some like, you know, complicated thinking with the ordering. I will not cast Kaki, no. Probably gonna move on to some other things. Really the only reason why I even did this at all is to document what's happening on this. I don't think Kaki will really require that kind of documentation in the same way as this one. Elkon and Lars doing the climb again. Yannek's there as well. Hugo, Matt actually getting towards floor 7. The further parts on the water sections now. Hazard. Enjoying sunlight. Kaki is happening on like, yeah. First of all, I don't even have the game installed where it's happening, and it's gonna be a lot of servers. Thank you, SMB, for the gifts out to Plexity. Documentation is good, but I've been really enjoying your commentary and would be interested in more after DD. I appreciate that. I'm from Finland. Let's see the ice spin. Hazard is ready. Gets the gear. The spin is there. Looks good. And it will land. Once again, we are through. Looking very solid. Still taking the speed from here. Wants to be sure that it's enough to clear this section here. I don't really think it would be impossible for these players to chain it as well. Elkon is chaining it. Bren is probably chaining it as well. But yeah, I mean, better safe than sorry. It's truly not the hardest part at all. Not off the floor, not off the map, but yeah, you don't need any speed. Yeah, but you know, with speed it's probably a little bit easier if you're not so used to that kind of a line. Oh, Hazard very close to the edge of the ice here, but it still lands into the plastic afterwards. And then we go through, and the speed will be enough. It works. Now, floor 11, we go again. We keep going. Most players chaining these two sections now, if not all. Honestly, it seems to be a little bit easier, honestly. You probably keep a little bit more speed than what you can get with the setup, or at least it's like more predictable speed. You kind of practice the chain and then it works really nicely. Hazard clips the landing a little bit. Is it enough speed? Hopefully into the pool. Oh, we'll land into the pool. So we go back to the beginning of the floor. That is not the worst case ever. It's not that bad. Floor 10 again. We'll get another shot at floor 11 after that, perhaps. So yeah, while I might not, do casting of khaki and such, usually if I build maps or, if I play other people's maps, I do have like the similar sort of analytical style. So if you're into like explanations of why something happens or works or such, then that's gonna be fairly similar in the sense. Elcon getting some runs going as well. Looking forward to another floor 11 attempt there. Link will win. Khaki, do you think? No news on the easier deep tube thing. Haven't heard anything about that since the one tweet. There we go. Virtual plays khaki pretty often. Bren, Hazard, and Elcon don't. Here we go. Round. Back to the snow uphills. Hello, Bob 12. Don't fully understand khaki. To me, it looks like a lot of RNG tricks. Yeah, I mean, often. Generally speaking, you do need luck to finish many maps. Some of them are extremely skill-based, but yeah, most maps will require a little bit of luck. Oh, Hazard back. Very close to the landing, but it still will work. Has struggled a little bit with this jump. Khaki is June 1st. And then, spin is good again. So Hazard, improving. Improving for sure. That's not the great line though. So we'll redo this. Maybe going all the way back. Yeah, Alcon also falling down. Lars on floor 02. Line from Hazard works. And gets next part done too. So back we go to the half pipes. Luck is definitely part of khaki, yeah. It's somewhat similar to this, meaning that, You will get scammed a lot. You will sometimes feel like you deserve to finish a map, but you don't, and then you just start a new run. There's overlap. Hazard. Line looks good. Turn timing, very good. Should stay on the ice. And turning into the plastic again. These guys are doing this so well. I feel like I'm just repeating myself every single time these guys do this. Same tricks, because it's always so consistent. And that's good. It's good, because we want to see Hazard on the floor above this one. Another 12 attempt would be so good. We'll clip this landing slightly, and I guess Hazard might go back and try this again. Maybe turning around and going back to the beginning. Yeah. Better safe than sorry. Bren really is the only one to do a significant improvement today. Scrappy did get to 11. So that is actually good progress for Scrappy. But didn't quite reach the others just yet. Oh. Landing works this time. Good line. Good landing. Everything's good. Hazard will be able to continue. Has done this plenty of times now. Landing definitely good enough. Into the water. No issues. What is that skin? It's Bren's skin, but with a different color. As far as I know. Well, here we go again. One more time. Do this same old setup. Back wheel next to the light, and then you go, and then... we shall see. Oh, it's a duo skin. Okay. Oh, Hazard. Once you're off this platform, then we go and we hopefully land here. Jumps to the left a little bit. Back wheel clips. It's perfect. Perfect landing. We go through, landing. Is this going to work? Looks pretty good. And we are again on the pool. Hazard, for the 4th time today, I think, does this plastic. It is truly becoming a lot simpler, it seems. The setup looks much more consistent now. So let's see how far we can truly get here. Landing here, no problem. And now for the spin strategy. It's a bit scary. Lars tried it earlier. Didn't quite manage it, but Hazard will go for it again, and it looks really good. Hazard has landed onto the platform. Now gets to try the last few parts of this floor. Air brake, jump, and barely lands, but that's enough. That's all that you need to do. Onto the ring, a little bit of a scary bounce there, but it's fine. Now for the speed, you want to keep the 2nd gear here. Getting the 3rd gear on this uphill will reduce your speed, and you'll likely lose it when you jump into this uphill, so you want to be really careful with your speed. 160 is the speed that you want to avoid. Going all the way up to 158, and it seems to work just fine. Very clean. No problem. Final jump. Looks promising, and here we are. Whiskey's floor. And we are once again on this floor. Hazard has unfortunately turtled this landing through the hole twice now. Made it here, landed upside down. And we are hoping that this time it works a bit better. Goes for the setup. Landing. Looks good. What about this? And he lands. Hazard finally manages to get to the next part. And this is already a second place run now. Finally does it. And we keep going. Hazard knows what Bren has done. We also know what Bren has done. We can kind of take a small look as well. So Bren found a pretty good setup for this. A little bit further than the shadows here. Starting somewhere here, accelerating, getting a clean line, no airtime. Following this line, landing to the ramp, jumping up, landing the quarter pipe, and then you jump through here, land here. This is a hard speed check. You need all the speed you can get. But Bren figured out the setups. I feel like Hazard is just going to take a look at those and see how this develops. Seems to be going in now. Again, yeah, the setup here seems to be back wheel on the line. Right next to this Trackmania logo here. You can retry this. You can retry this. Kind of check the line in the very beginning. See how it feels. Hazard. Again, we'll try this. Kind of check like, okay, this is what I need to do. Because when you're off this platform, it might be harder to get back. Testing it out again. There is absolutely no rush. First time doing this. Don't want to throw this chance away. Going in now, and now committing. Lands the ramp. Water pipe. Looks to land as well. What about the speed check? Jumping through. It's a little bit to the right, but still lands. 2 wheels on the platform, and Hazard one-shots this jump. But now you need to get back to the platform. No issue. Hazard, with the small brake tab, does manage to get it. And has this next section ahead of him. Very consistent style throughout this floor. This kind of classic trial style that Hazard is so good at. Avoiding airtime here, landing onto ramp, and then a very early grip. Very early grip onto this sausage block. So you accelerate through the entire downhill and land here. Tricky combination of jumps. Bren has done it a couple times. Almost 70% through the map now. We're getting closer and closer. All of the 6 sections of this floor are essentially like this. They're these combinations of transitions where you need to be very clean with your speed, very clean with your lines, so that you don't clip the landings, don't lose speed, and then also get these final jumps right. That is essential. Here you can rest again. A couple turbos, a loop ahead of Hazard, but I feel like there's really no... There's not too much, like, to choose from. I feel like you just do the line that Bren did. I don't suppose there's, like, much room to do your own kind of, like, lines here. You just do the lines. We hope that Hazard does. Lands into the ramp. Lands pretty far. Is it enough speed? It's not quite enough speed, but... Lands turtled. The turtle is alive. Just needs to hit the wall here. Lining it up, timing it, and it's perfect. Hazard will save that mistake. And this is why floor 12 seems to be much quicker to get past than floor 11. Because these kinds of saves exist. This one right below this landing. So if you fail it, you can go back. There's a possibility here to go back to the pool as well. I think Hazard will line that up. Keep in mind, for the player, it's gonna be much more blind than for us. Don't think you can manage to jump all the way back up to the beginning, so Hazard gets it. Back to the beginning. Thank you, Nuzalia, a lot for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. Hazard, second try now. Looks clean. What about the landing? It's very good. Twice in a row now. Has done this next section as well. Getting this extra practice, super valuable. Goes right into it, jumping up. The landing will work. And what about the final jump? It's much better than last time. Very clean line there. Is there anything you can actually aim to on this jump? Suppose you aim for the moving block above, right? This is probably our visual cue. Kind of can try to use that as aim practice. It's not a coincidence? Yeah, I figured. No need for visual cue for this jump though. This one is very clear. Knows exactly where to go. Just needs a bit more speed. It's really about the landing onto the sausage block. You need to get earlier grip, because in this game you only accelerate when you're on ground. You need to find some way to get the grip there. Let's see then. Second attempt. Onto the ramp. A little bit earlier grip and it will work. Can Hazard break in time? Oh, it's slightly too late. It's so close. That small bounce from the landing just pushes the car a bit too far and then you can't slow down anymore. It's a really good attempt, but back to floor 8. How far back? Well, suppose you can get into this tunnel again. Something. Can keep the run going. The good thing is that Hazard got 2 attempts. Right? manages to get some practice on those first 2 jumps. And there's only 6 sections, right?
Discombobulation, discombobulation, discombobulation.
Yo, parista. Holy. Discombobulation. Dude. 32 gifts? Oh my lord, dude. Thank you so much. What a legend. Very much appreciate that. Thank you. I don't even know what to say. That is very generous. What a legend. And thank you, Newsalia, also for the 5 earlier. Once again. Very much appreciate you guys. God damn, I don't deserve you guys. Players keep going. Floor 8. We've seen this all the time now. This is truly the safe spot for pretty much every floor. I don't even know how it's possible, but you always go here, right? But you have to go upside down the blue? Good question. The reason is, there's 2 reasons here, but the main reason why you need to do it on every single part here, where the players do it, the platform is too high, so if you just try to drive into this normally, you will just smash into it, right? So you need to flip the car from upside down onto the platform with 1 wheel, and then you can climb up. That is the strat. Yo, Nizalia, thanks so much for the 5 more. Very much appreciated. Thanks for the hard work. It's been great following the event with you. It's been great. I agree. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. You probably put in more hours than all the players. I appreciate it, but you know, my task here is much easier than theirs, to be fair. It is a lot less pressure to follow the journey than to actually be the one to complete the journey, right? Karsh, thank you so much for the prime as well. Thank you very much. I will play this map when the event is done as well. Don't think the playing is the hard part. All the streamers have to answer questions about virtual stream too. And Bob Parker, yeah. And the 66 hours, yeah. I feel like this is truly, you know, the streamers who are doing different things, you know, might be playing, might be casting, might be on floor 1, might be trying to get through the very first part of the map, or might be trying to do a new world record. I feel like everyone can unite on the holy trinity here, which is where is virtual, who is Bob Parker, and did floor 16 truly take 66 hours to validate? We can all stand behind these 3 topics. We all know, everything is clear with those, no matter whose stream you go into. Did it? No. We don't really know much about Bob Parker though. Maybe there's chance for a 7-hour YouTube documentary about this. Thank you, Luckbox, as well. I appreciate the kind words. It's good if I manage to you know, make this a little bit easier to follow like this. Do remember also to support the players though. I feel like, you know, the players already doing pretty great though, for the most part. At least, you know, the top 5 people, right? I feel like everyone has been popping off on Twitch for sure. I've seen, you know, whenever anyone's like close to a world record, at least in the first week, was like, you know, 6-figure viewer numbers, so... I feel like the entire Trackmania community kind of popping off. Mappers also deserve, yes. There's a comment, also the DD2 support comment, where you can find a link to both the prize pool crowdfund and also the Mapper crowdfund thing. They're doing extremely important job by organizing this event. Not only Mappers, of course, but also you know, people who have worked on the plugin and who have worked on all the server stuff and everything else too. Thank you, the Christoph, for the tier 1. Thank you very much. Oh, Hazard. Main landing. Matt has been doing pretty well, honestly. I don't know, honestly, if Matt has the grind for the win right now. But getting all the way to, like, floor 7 is something that almost no one will ever do, right? There we go. Hazard is doing pretty well. You just missed out on a PB run, unfortunately, but maybe we see another one here. I mean, it's the same run. Don't forget people asking, what's the current world record? That's understandable though, because that changes all the time, right? And it's pretty reasonable to, you know, ask about world record. Still, I feel like, you know, it makes more sense. And of course, like, I do understand people asking if there's some random person on top 1, especially people who haven't really been in Trackmania scene for too long and don't know everyone in the scene. They might think like, oh, this is some secret guy who just grinded the map like crazy, but, you know, Bob Parker probably didn't grind like crazy. Chat will not tolerate Bob Parker slander. Okay, well, Bob Parker can have a comeback in Deep 3, I guess. The 10k donation is from a Rocket League organization. I think, I'm not 100%, but isn't it the org from InCivic? Who has been supporting a lot of Trackmania creators in the past too. Org from Sunless Khan? Oh really? I think it was related to InCivic. Good to know, Witness. Yeah, Alcon out of the server. Lars still trying to get some runs going, but has just fallen. Hazard really the only one right now getting those floor 9+ attempts in. Well, cleaner jump to the pool this time. Yannick is back and seems to be doing pretty nicely too. I'm still unsure if Yannick is going for that full grind though. I feel like Yannick, if there was one player who would catch up. Let's check the spin first maybe. Oh, this looks very slow. Hazard tries to bail out. Works. You can drive back up. You can drive back up, but you need to be a little bit careful here still. Lars has actually done this a few times. We've seen Lars kind of like semi-commit, and then during the spin kind of say like, okay, it doesn't work. This looks better, maybe a little slow though. Dirt. Oh, the ice wheels. Oh, and the turtle. Oh, that's the end of it. It's really... The problem with saving yourself from floor 10 is that you pretty much always have those icy wheels. Or wet wheels sometimes too. When the wet wheel's gone. They shouldn't be, no. So when you get wet wheels, I can show this interaction in solo real quick. Because this is a weird interaction. Education time. So, here's an ice block, yeah? And here's a water block. And then I'll put some road blocks here. I know, whiskey, but, you know, I just click. It's fine. And then we can put some plastic here as well. So... Okay, so... Here's this thing. So I'm gonna enable a wheel display. Right here. And we're gonna slam it in the middle of the screen. So... That looks pretty weird. Okay. So, there's my wheels. And when you go to ice, you notice that you start getting icy wheels. It takes a little bit to, you know, happen. And it will happen. Over a couple seconds, you will have 100% ice wheels. And as long as you keep driving on ice, you will keep those 100% ice wheels. Actually, don't even know. They do actually go away as you stand still, apparently. I didn't even remember that. Anyway, so here's the thing. There's two ways to do this kind of thing. Actually, let me add one more thing here. You can either go and take wet wheels first. The wet wheels also accumulate over a couple seconds. Icy wheels as well, right? So if you go to ice first and then into water, you notice what happens? The icy wheels start disappearing slowly. And you get the wet wheels. And now we have wet wheel plastic. This means that we can, for example, slide and, you know, we can turn really quickly. But there's another way of doing this. So if you go to wet wheels first, and you go to icy wheels next, you notice that the wet wheels stay with us, right? So if we do from ice to wet, then the icy wheels disappear. But if we go from wet to ice, then we can keep both. And the thing about wet wheels is that they don't disappear on plastic. They disappear on other surfaces, but they don't disappear on ice or plastic. So this means that, you know, if I go here, for example, they both start decaying at the same time. And eventually, as I, you know, wait for long enough, they will be gone, right? On the road surface. But if I take the wet wheels, then I take the icy wheels, and then I go into plastic, I will keep both of them, and now I can kind of play this as like ice surface. This is very similar to ice gameplay. Like if I switch to ice, it's gonna look very similar. So this is a thing, and when we go from like a pool to ice, this happens on floor 3, and this also happens on floor 10 as well. That is the thing that's happening there. So, okay, let's get the wheels out of here first. on floor 3, you notice that this is going to be the order of these surfaces every single time. You have to take the wet wheels first, and then you take icy wheels, and then you go only on ice and plastic. And this is the way it works on this floor. Then you get to wet wheels again, then you get icy wheels, right? So all of this is based on this interaction, right? Here you get wet wheels, then some ice, every single time, right? And here you also have these small plastic pieces, but they will essentially work the same way as ice because of the pool into the ice, right? So this, you know, this is how it's functioning. As a player, you don't really need to care about the interaction, of course, because you're kind of forced to take these surfaces in the same order every time. Could you dry the wheels on the boosters? Not really, because the boosters also have a surface. So all turbos still have a surface. For example, this turbo on the next part here, this is a road turbo, and it's sometimes a bit hard to see, but we can kind of look at the color like below the red paint, let's say. So here, if you look at this turbo, we notice that it's red, right? And this is the plastic surface. I wish these were a little bit easier to see sometimes, but this is how it is. So oftentimes it's gonna be either ice or plastic turbos. Hello Ghost, can you please give me a small update on last couple of days for top 5? Last couple of days, sure. So we've had like a couple players struggle on floor 10 a little bit recently. So it wasn't too long ago, a couple days ago, when Lars was still trying to get through this final half pipe. Scrappy was also in floor 10. Both have since made it to floor 11. Scrappy today and Lars, I think 2 days ago, or maybe even yesterday, I'm not 100%. Either way, both of them are through. We still have Simo somewhere on this floor, and Scandier also somewhere on this floor. I think Simo probably hasn't made it yet to the ice spin, or maybe has at most tried it like once or twice. Hasn't got past the ice spin, I'm pretty sure. So then Hazard has been making a lot of progress on floor 11. Also took quite a long time to get consistent on the ice spin, but it's working pretty nicely so far. Has made it multiple times today even, past this tricky plastic here into the pool, and has also made it all the way to floor 12. So what happened today is kind of surprising. Bren was able to take the map, here's floor 12 beginning, was able to go from all the way here, landing this jump for the first time today. Had previously landed upside down, but this time, this afternoon, landing it the right way. Then the second section here around the quarter pipe, going here, jumping here. Then the third section, jumping here, which we just saw Hazard fail. Hazard personal best on this landing, but slightly went too far and unfortunately fell down. Bren has made this a couple times. Was able to go here, turbo, into the loop, a little bit to the side, jumping through, landing here. Fifth section, taking speed from here, through the hole, into the ramp, and over here, and then the final section, all the way around here on the turbo on the left side, bouncing on this plastic to land on floor 13. Bren did all of this earlier today. Then was also able to jump through here on the plastic into this window, and then around, landing here, spinning onto the turbo and going all the way here. Then tried to find out what the strat here is. It seems to be a jump over here on the right side. This window doesn't really look accessible from this jump. So Bren tried to go back onto the turbo to get some speed. It's a very steep uphill, so the turbo is not too strong. But unfortunately fell down here and bounced around and fell down as well. So that was Brent's best run, which is absolutely fantastic that we've already on the crystal floor now. Floor 12 didn't take a lot to clear, for sure. Scrappy has made it to 11. Lars has made it to the final parts of 11. Has also made it past the plastic parts a couple times now. The plastic halfpipe. And overall, looking pretty solid. So, we'll see. We'll see. Elcon hasn't really gotten a PB pace today yet. Was on the server a little bit, but didn't really get a run going, seemed like. So Virtual's personal best is past the plastic halfpipe on floor 11. On the pool landing at the end. That is the current situation. We have a lot of players actually on floor 11 right now. Dirt and plastic boosters look so similar. Yeah, it's cursed. And especially like ice and road turbos. Guys, I want to show you one thing. And don't you tell me that this is intentional, okay? About the turbo visibility. Which campaign was it? Not this. Not this. Is it spring campaign? I think it's spring campaign. Yeah. It's not no, this is not intentional. There's no way. So when we talk about the turbo visibility, alright? We have this official map. Official map in an official campaign, alright? And you go here. This is ice, right? That's like an ice platform. And then you switch to road, right? All good. But look at this. Do you notice a color difference here? Slight color difference, yeah? You know what's happening? This turbo on the road part is an ice turbo. And this turbo on the ice part is a road turbo. This is road surface. On the ice half, this is ice. You can't tell me that this is intentional. Even they didn't tell these surfaces apart, okay? Anyway. I don't want to jump off and onto the server too much. Hopefully it works fine. Now I'll stick to this. We will stick to this. I know a lot about mapping. Because I build maps myself. And when you build maps, you notice things. Can we get a look at the dragon? Where is the dragon? Actually, from the loading screen. Is it floor 7? Here's Techi's cat, apparently. Oh, it's 50. Oh, okay. If it's ahead of us, we'll wait. We'll wait, you know? We'll check in when it happens. That is a cat according to Techie. I don't, you know. Look, I don't make the claims. I just, you know, I'm a neutral party. Artistic rendition. The cat is on floor 7, but it's not really. It's just before the turbo tunnel. Not really there is an actual snake as well on the map. It's also on floor 7. many animals. This is the snake, right? Goes from here to here, and it's very cursed. That is the snake. And then this is, yeah, this, we have heard that this is Techi's cat. That's the information I have. That's what Techie said. You can bring it up with him. Then there's of course this one as well. This one is pretty well known, yeah? That looks a bit more like a cat. Disclaimer, I'm not sure how serious Techie was when answering the question, but I'm just going with the information I have, you know? Map is really great, yeah. Better than expected, I think. Not that I was doubting that it wouldn't be great, but still. Can you play this map for free? There might be some workarounds to play custom maps on the free version. But generally, to play them like normally, you do need the paid access. Floor 12, I think just easier to like understand, and it's more intuitive. One thing to consider is that when you have like less of weird angles, because when you place blocks generally in the editor, you have like a grid. You have a grid where you place every block, right? And most maps are built so that you build on grid, right? In the older games you couldn't even build off grid, but in this game you can. You can build like a fully tilted floor like floor 4, right? You can just move every block a little bit sideways, and that throws players off guard a lot. You also have like some parts of floor 6, like these kinds of platforms that are slightly like turned around and, you know, moved a little bit. This kind of a landing is weird because you don't have intuition for this landing, right? You don't know what this gap, like how long this gap is. It's like 1.5 blocks or something, and it's like how much lower is this landing from this landing? It's strange, right? Because you've never done that exact kind of a jump before. But then when you go to floor 9, then it's like, okay, well, we look at the jump like this, or the final jump maybe. You know exactly how much speed you're gonna get from this downhill, because this is on grid, right? It's placed so that it's basically the same on this map as most other maps that use this block. It's not weirdly tilted. You know, like, okay, this is how much speed I will get. And you don't memorize these kinds of numbers with every single block you play, but you do get that intuition that kind of goes to the back of your brain, right? And then you pick it up when you see this block again. This kind of a quarter pipe, this kind of a ramp, everything is on grid, right? Here you jump predictably to the left on like a, not a flat surface, but this is on grid still. So you kind of understand like how you need to do these kinds of jumps. Floor 12, I think, and Whiskey can maybe confirm, I think this is built entirely on grid. So there's no free blocking, there's no moving blocks 1 pixel around. This looks like everything is on grid. And that is going to be so much more intuitive than the floor 11 stuff, where nothing is on grid. And that's not to say like what's better, what's worse. It's not really, that's not really the thing, right? But the intuition will be higher, yeah? Like, you know, what even is this landing, right? You don't have intuition for this kind of a landing where you do this like slightly sort of like through the block ramp, right? Like this ramp goes through here, right? So you do half a ramp into an uphill, twisted, sideways beam. Like, what even is this, right? So you just don't know what's gonna happen, really. Like, you have predictions, but this is not something that you prepare for, really, when you play this game. So when you have this kind of a thing, okay, I know what kind of a line I can take here without losing airtime, or getting airtime. Jump through this ramp. This transition from the ramp to the platform, very well known. This is used so much. And then this kind of a jump, sure, it's like maybe a little bit unusual, but like you can get a feel for it better because it's built on grid and because this ground here is flat. So you don't need to worry about like some weird downhill auto slides that start. You can sort of just trust yourself to get these kinds of lines clean. So a lot of this, I think, is just that the intuition is so much stronger, because these are the traditional things that you've been playing for years and years and years. And then you go to floor 13, yeah. And floor 13, you begin with this tilted ring block. So that's, you know, that's the next part then. And this steep uphill turbo. And we kind of saw it already. Bren accidentally slid off this turbo because you don't really know, like, okay, how can I line up for this? Can I line up for this? You don't have these kinds of traditions. No one built this, right? Which is really cool that it's, like, it makes it cool that it's here, because you do need to learn these things, and you do need to, like, really theory craft when you get so few attempts up to this point. It increases, like, the challenge of understanding what you're doing, rather than the mechanical execution, which might be very difficult as well, to be fair. But yeah, hopefully that kind of explains, like, why floor 12 seems to be going faster than floor 11. And some others too. Yeah, seems like in the meantime, Lars not getting that run going. Current world record is legitimate, yes. It is by Brent. On floor 13. How do they put all of the floors together? You can save block combinations as macro blocks. And put those together in the same map afterwards. Yeah, so there's a custom, not custom mode, but there's a mode in the editor called free block mode. So that's why it's called free blocking. When you, like, for example, when you build this kind of a floor 4. So you can turn these blocks around and kind of make them look different than, you know. That's why the top players keep saying, okay, so this jump is 2 grids left and 1 down. Are they saying things like that? That's actually really interesting. I don't think I've heard that, but it kind of makes sense. Yeah, like, you can't have that intuition for something like this, right? You just need to learn it. Just jumped in the map editor for the first time. I feel like I'm missing a lot of blocks, almost as if I have no variations. What am I doing wrong? If you're comparing to my folders, keep in mind that I have a lot of custom stuff. Like, too much custom stuff, and also my custom stuff is very badly organized. So you might be missing some of the things that I have. Also, if you're on console, then the editor will look completely different. Possible that in fact all of the players, casters, and viewers are just completely out of their minds and none of this is happening as we think it is. Maybe in a philosophical sense it is possible, yes. Suppose. Yes, Jan, exactly. There was a defined start block, and then a little bit higher up, half a circle ahead, there was a end block. That was the floor template. When did you start building maps? I used to build some when I was a kid and very casual. Then I took like a 10-year break from this game. Eventually went to Trackmania, kept building some maps there, and then I came back to this game in 2021. Oh, you might have opened the simple editor. That's true as well. So when you go to the create a track, it should give you a choice between advanced editor and simple editor. Oh yeah, the Trackmania Nations, the challenge edit stuff, or whatever it was called. I don't... Wait, what was it called, actually? I don't know. Anyway, there were like these hex editors and like small programs where you need to close the game and then change the hex code of some blocks to move them, and then open the game and see if you did it right. Yeah, the free blocking and ghost blocking also, where you can overlap the blocks as much as you want. Much easier. These days, you're not even limited to the map editor. You can create maps in Blender and import them into the game. Would be a cool idea for a tower map only using simple editor. It would be a pretty small tower because the simple editor wouldn't allow you to go over the height. I don't know if you can you actually unlock the height of the simple editor? Hazard. Chatting a little bit with Lars here. Getting a run going. Let's see. Was the last time you watched the first two floors? We've been watching them today as well. There's always points when no one is on a run. Like, you know, at the moment it's Hazard and... well, Hazard really only, right? Above, like, floor 3. It's not uncommon that every single player is below floor 2. How do you determine the surface when using Blender? There's a tool called Nadio Importer that helps you out, but I don't really know much about it. It's not my area of expertise. Would love to see a deep dive map entirely with custom blocks. So there's two issues with that. One is that building the map is kind of rough, because when you macro block the things from everyone who's using different custom items, the folder structure of every mapper needs to be exactly the same, otherwise it doesn't work. So the creation process is difficult, and the other problem is that there's a limited file size for servers. Servers right now allow your map to be 7 megabytes in file size. Every item that you use for the first time on a map adds to the file size. Sometimes it's, you know, if it's a very small, like one surface item, it can be like any custom block or item. If it's very small, it can be like 20 kilobytes. If it's very big, it can be like 300, 400 kilobytes. So you are limited with what you can build, because eventually you will go beyond that number. For example, you might have heard of the endurance map that I've been working, Core, which I've mentioned before. That map is already beyond the 7 megabyte limit, and it will not go below it at any point, because it's a 20+ minute map, and it uses a bunch of custom blocks. 450 kilobytes per floor. Yeah, that would be like 3 custom blocks basically per floor. So it's pretty limiting. Was the last 2 days offline? What happened? Well, Bren has made it all the way through floor 13. Hazard just made some progress in floor 12 as well. But yeah, seems like floor 12 will be a bit of a breeze for well, it already was for Bren, and Hazard was looking pretty good there as well. Already almost getting halfway through. Scrappy got to floor 11. Lars, good progress on floor 11 as well. And yeah, that's mostly the big ones. No, yeah, I mean, always when we get to a new floor, it's not really like, even if the next floor is easier than the previous one, you still need to always do the previous floor, so it doesn't really change the map that much. Of course, you know, it makes good runs better, but still, every single time you need to do the hard floor before you get to the slightly easier one. In some impressive RPG maps, fully custom, and they just look awesome. Yeah, a lot of the time there's like, you know, very low cost blocks there, like, you know, just kind of boxes, right? Nothing like super detailed. And as long as you use those kinds of blocks, you'll be fine, because they don't take that much file size. But if you want to use, like, you know, custom dirt blocks, for example, oh, Hazard saves it, or custom bobsleigh blocks, those are very detailed and they will take more space. Elcon, I don't think has definitely improved in the last 2 days, I think. Has made it to the final parts of floor 11. So if we wait for Hazard to do this jump, it's gonna be a little bit easier then. I can show exactly. Where did Scrappy get earlier? Anyone know? Scandir and Simo are still somewhere on floor 10, probably at the ice bin, or Simo might be still on this pipe before. Maybe. Scrappy did make it past these half pipes before, earlier today. Thank you, Wubs. Bell jumping in the first water pool. Okay, so then I know. So, this floor has been now reached by Bren, Elcon, Hazard, Scrappy, Virtual, Lars. That's it, right? Did I miss anyone? That should be it. So Scrappy is furthest away from Bren out of the people clearing floor 11, so has made it all the way through here and failed this part. So this pool landing, this is gonna be the first section that Scrappy has failed on this floor, or, you know, the next jump to clear. So Scrappy is here, right? Everyone else has actually made it past these jumps and also the plastic halfpipe, which was very difficult to get the first clear on. So, Virtual has yet to clear these jumps. Has landed upside down here, but hasn't landed this. So, everyone else, Elcon, Hazard, Lars, and Bren have cleared this jump. Then, Elcon has cleared this jump. I think Elcon hasn't made it to the next section. I feel like Elcon's personal best still on this. Jumping through. And then Lars has made it to this ring. Lars has made it here this morning. So that's gonna be the top 3 place right now. English, please, guys. There are very few Finnish people here. That's why I'm streaming in English, okay? So Lars not clearing this section. Hit this plastic here and fell down. Hazard and Bren have made it through this. Have also made it through this. And Hazard, a bit earlier today, made it past this point. Made it past the whole jump. Made it through here. Made this section too. The landing into quarter pipe. Tough speed check here. Landed. This is the last part that Hazard has cleared. Technically made the landing through these parts into this, but bounced off the edge and unfortunately was not able to break in time, so fell down here. So then Bren is the only player to make it through this, has made it through this part, through this loop, jump through here, then taking speed through the hole, through here, jumping here, and then the final part of the floor, jumping through, and then up to floor 13. Bren has made it here. Then has also made it past this ring part here, jumping through the window, and this section here, flipping onto the turbo, into this landing here. This is the final part. This is the final part that anyone has reached. It seems like the next jump will take us here. Brent tried to go back to this turbo, but unfortunately failed the setup and then fell down from here. So that is where the World Record stands. It seems like it's going to be easier to chain this part here from the turbo. I'm jumping up here. And then the map continues. There's like some weird bobsleigh loop here. I don't know. So, yeah. There we go. That's the basically all of the top 6. Need help on that one? Oh. It's probably all fine. It's okay. Just keep it in English, please. It is for everyone's benefit. So there's 2 reasons why, you know, I am from Finland. Yes, and I speak Finnish. Yes, but I stream in English and we keep the chat in English for 2 reasons. 1, not everyone speaks Finnish. Insane, I know. It's a huge revelation, right? But not everyone speaks Finnish. So we want people to understand each other and feel welcomed, right? Second reason is that my moderators don't know Finnish. So they will not be able to moderate the chat if there's other languages that they don't speak. So I would appreciate if we can respect the language. Thank you, Metal United, for the 5 months, and Roboke for the 300. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the for your cast and for the great explanations. It's fun to watch every day. I try. Thank you. And my pleasure, Roboke. Frog of bread also, thank you for the 100. Appreciate it a lot. Okay. Hazard, trying to get this landing. Oh, this one. Turtle is alive, savable. The timing. Nails it every time. Finish is very hard to learn, yes. Don't really speak Swedish. It's been a while. Bren has the world record. Floor 13. I heard Bob Parker is half Finnish. Oh. New information. How did you develop your accents? I'd say it's very non-Finnish with only bits sticking out every now and then. Yeah, I mean, I speak a lot of English. Have spoken it for a long time. So I suppose you kind of develop your own accent. How far through floor 13 do you reckon Bren is? 2 sections. I don't like in sort of terms of percentages. What I've heard is that floor 13 seems to be longer than 12 at least. Well, Hazard, making it work now. Yeah, it's really hard to say about floor 13 though. Thank you, Red, also. These floor 10 attempts, they come pretty often now, honestly. It's looking like Hazard is getting more and more runs into this part. It's just gonna be about getting through that spin consistently, and then getting into the later parts of floor 11 consistently. That's really the main question for Hazard. When is that consistency going to be there? The spin has been going so much better though. And of course, like, floor 11 is extremely difficult, and maybe it's never going to be entirely consistent. It will probably stay as like a big choke point to the end of the event. But of course, like, Hazard would like to get those runs to floor 12 to improve that PB. Making good progress. Floor 16 probably is not much longer than the other floors, could still be longer, but the height difference is probably explained by the finish jump at the end. How much longer are you going to stream? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long Hazard plays, for example. How long we have good runs for. Slow setup for this. Needs to get the second gear. Spin. Looks decent. Is it enough? It's slightly too slow again. Is going to land? Oh, into the hole, but floor 9. This time, not turtled. So, Hazard gets a little bit of a chance here, at least. Unlike last time. Fine. You drink enough water today? Probably not. Have you taken a break yet today? I don't remember. Probably at least 2 minutes. Do you do sauna so much, or is it just a stereotype about Finland? It is very popular. I don't have a sauna though, personally. It is a true stereotype, I would say. Let's see. The high jump strategy, Hazard is still the only one to do it, but I mean, it seems to work. It seems to honestly give a little bit less speed, but I actually feel like Hazard is making it work even with lower speed. Like, it looks similar to others. Maybe the line is just better. All good, whoops. I'm just saying that I've had this language rule literally from the moment I've started streaming, okay? From day one. It's always been the same. So I would like if people respected it. Start jumping through, landing on floor 10. And here we go again. Would it be cheating if you made your own 360 ice spin map to practice that specific trick? If you rebuild this section from any section from this map, then that would be, yeah, that would be cheating. But nothing is really stopping you from going to like an ice server and playing like a, you know, some old ice spin map, for example, because there are very good maps to practice ice spins. If you have to do that, then you don't have a chance anyway. I don't think that's entirely true, because there are some players that have like a super solid skill set on like the more traditional stuff, just like floor 12, for example, but they might be kind of new to the ice stuff. So it could actually benefit them to get some like general ice practice, because it's really tough to like learn anything on floor 10 of a tower map like this without checkpoints, right? Like, for example, Hazard, really not like an ice player, right? But incredibly good at like pretty much everything else. Or turtle practice, yeah, for sure. Like, practicing like specific techniques, like everyone has to do it at some point, right? So I actually don't know if some players have gone to like an ice server or have tried to play some old turtle map or something. To kind of try to improve a little bit. That could be actually an interesting detail to know if someone has done that. Granady played some turtle? Okay. Like, it seems smart, right? You don't want to get to floor 8 and then just have no idea what to do there, right? So it feels like, you know, playing a couple easier turtle maps to just get a feel for the mechanic helps you out a lot. Well, spinning again. Second gear, that's good. The timing slides a little bit out, but commits to this drop onto the ice, and this seems to work. Good, quick reaction from Hazard. Not committing to the bad line. We'll have to try it again. But really, a little bit still shaky with the spin setup. New here, thanks for all the good casting work. E. Thank you, Toothpaste. Welcome. There's gonna be a checkpoint version of this map after the competition ends, yes. It really does feel like it's just the spin now. It's literally only the spin. Virtual is very good at ice. Elcon also very good at ice. They don't struggle with this at all. It all depends on your skill set, and I feel like nobody has like the perfect full skill set for this kind of a map, because there's just so much stuff, right? So many different things. Everyone kind of needs to learn something for this kind of a challenge, which is very cool. No one can just go in and win because they have like the superior skill set, because everyone's missing something. So everyone kind of ends up having different challenges. Of course, some floors are harder for pretty much everyone, but I think there are some individual differences. Oh, back we go. Here we are. What's the weirdest, most out of the ordinary mechanical trick? I guess the ice spin is probably the one that people lack the most information on. Let's see if it works here now. Looks better. Decent speed, and Hazard makes it. Nicely done. Also the like wet ice wheel plastic, I suppose, can be pretty weird. That's enough speed. Taking this carefully. Hazard said he kept losing the gear and didn't know why. Yeah, I feel like it's a difference in commitment. I feel like when Elcon does this, it's just like higher speed. That's the entry speed, I think, is a part of it. There's also like a key release when the car is facing backwards. I'm not really sure like how that's working. I'm not like an expert on ice spins, especially in this current patch. Could try to look into it though. Well, we are on the half pipes and they look very good. Good line. Going down, and the bounce works just fine. Here we go again. Let's see now. The half pipes are really cool. Sure. Landing looks good, and the other one is good as well. Has these lines figured out really nicely. It's just that sometimes there's like a very small mistake, right? Very close to missing the landing, but works just fine. Releases the acceleration to not go too far. And we keep going. Then the big one. Speed is definitely there. Landing looks good. What about the release? Really, really, really good execution there. Getting the perfect speed to make that landing safe. Ready to go already. Into the plastic. This looks great. And Hazard just make it into the pool. That was such a fast setup. I feel like Hazard is gaining some like extra confidence on this jump now. Really getting better and better at that difficult middle part of this floor. And now, landing, no problem. we go again. The spin strategy next. One that Hazard showed the world. Great landing, and spins around and lands it. It looks so clean compared to the weird wall clip thing. I feel like everyone's using this now. It's landing a little bit off. I think Hazard might have actually jumped a little bit to the right on purpose. Is it a flip? Oh. Oh, it's so difficult. Might have to fall off the ledge. Is there anything at all? A big fall down. If it happens. Car is moving, so yeah, it's gonna fall down to floor 8. Floor 8 at best. Oh god. Well, floor 7. Something. It was a good attempt at a save. I did feel like the landing was a little bit too late on the middle ramp there. But yeah, hard to say. Just lacking a little bit of speed. I think as players get there more and more, they will start noticing like, okay, I lack speed on this, so I'm not gonna full commit. I do wonder if there's anything you can do if that happens. Like, yeah, I think from here you can probably just like notice that, okay, I'm too slow, and then brake. That seems like it would probably be possible to do here. Then go back and try to jump on this ledge, or even into the water, but the water seems maybe riskier. So I think, yeah, kind of like understanding what exactly the landing is you need here, what exactly the speed is. I guess that will sort of develop. Hello, big dude. Good night, Maka. Hazard did have 3 days off of this map, yes. Almost. This is recoverable. I feel like this happens to everyone occasionally. Most players are able to climb back up. Would be so funny if you would just shred the entire map right before someone almost beats it. Yeah, the shreds are something. But, well... the mechanical execution. Okay, Hazard finally up. Finally up from the pool. Yeah, I honestly feel like in one day I would barely maybe reach floor 3. I think that would be my absolute best performance on one day. And I think even that's unlikely. I feel like I would probably get stuck on floor 2 on first session. I suppose we'll see. We'll see when I try the map. Hazard, clean line here. Appreciate your recaps. Thank you, totally. Yeah, I also kind of miss branch runs, so I also recap myself and then just kind of share those. Glad if it's helpful. Well, back we go. Branch streams are essentially in the afternoon, and I do catch like parts of them, but not all of them at all. Because, you know, generally I look at these guys for pretty long. Oh, Hazard saves it. Right now it's 2 AM, right? Yeah, 11 to 16. That's about it, yeah. I've never played Trackmania, but if I started today and played this map, how far would I come as a newbie? Suppose it depends how long you would play. Floor 1, if you played for like a full session though. Floor 2, you would likely not reach in a pretty long time. Floor 0, not too bad. This is not Hazard's first run of the day. Has been playing throughout the evening, taking some breaks, and now has been trying floor 11 a couple times. But all 80s in TMNF, how well will I do? I feel like, you know, you probably just have to try it, right? Why not play it? I can't really estimate it for everyone specifically. Everyone has like a different skill set and mental endurance and everything else. The game actually has a lot more than just this map, by the way. There are other things Trackmania includes as well. Back to the beam landing. Jumping through works fine. Has a really good strat for that. Elcon is still kind of doing the sideways landing. It looks sketchy. This Hazard landing looks a bit more controlled, honestly. Oh, gets landing on the bobsleigh. Now it's a little bit easier for a while. Game is hard. The new player experience is pretty brutal on a map like this. Like floor 1, if you've played other games on like a higher level before, I think you can probably reach it after a while. Some hours of practice, but it is still not easy to clear the jumps on floor 0 either. Trackmania truly looks easier than it is. Every game does. But especially Trackmania, like, it works so differently from other racing games too, because you have all these mechanics where you need to like maximize your speed, and you need to do the drifts, which is not that simple, and you need to learn all the surfaces, which all work in a different way, and speed slides, which is another mechanic that no other game really has in the same format. There's so much stuff that makes Trackmania so unique. But it is a very rewarding game when you do learn things and when you do get some experience and get some new times. It's very addictive. Clean landing. Floor 8. Here we go. gears as well. Even though they're automatic, it sounds, you know, like it would be easier, right? And like maybe it would be easier than manual gears, but it also means that you need to account for certain things like slowdowns with gears and kind of, you know, learn how they work on different surfaces and such. The map is free. The game is not. Here we go. Free map, not in the, you know, not in the difficulty sense. Maybe. Back to floor 9, 1 hour on the timer. It's been a pretty long run. It's crazy how fast he cleaned this floor. Yeah. And it keeps happening every single time because they have done them so many times. Especially this floor 8 is like something where you fail something on floor 9 or 10, even 11, and you oftentimes fall down onto floor 8. Floor 12 as well is directly overlapping floor 8, so it's going to be, you know, the next floor where you basically always have a chance at landing on floor 8. So you just end up doing that upside down driving stuff all the time on this map when you get to this point. Landing up. Then to the turbo. No issues with these sections from what we've seen. Floor 9 really seems to be, after the first few landings, seems to be really like a comfort floor. It doesn't feel that punishing right now. Yeah, you can try the map, not the map, but the game for free. You get the first 10 campaign maps and some game modes as well. Good line from Hazard. Gets it. And for the high jump, line is good. Is it gonna land? Yes. Haven't seen an upside down landing on this one for a while actually. It used to happen all the time somehow, but it seems like these players have figured out a way to avoid it. When we were first getting to these points, it felt pretty desperate already, like, you're getting here so rarely, how are you going to learn what to do? But like, they've learned. They've done it. And it's gonna happen to like floor 11 as well, floor 12 too. Floor 13 might be the last floor that has that experience, because by the time we get to like floor 16 and such, I feel like at that point, you know, the map will be finished before you can truly get comfortable with like floor 14. Though it could also be that floor 16 will take just so long to clear that you need like so many attempts through through those previous floors still. Well, it's not 66 hours difficult, but it might still be difficult. Bren is currently in Australia. Moved there recently, I think. How hard do you feel Deep Dip 2 is compared to the first one? I don't know how to quantify it, but it's a lot harder. Multiple times harder. Let's see then. Very consistent on getting into this point. Good jump to the pool as well. Works just fine. It could be that floor 16 will stall the competition, yeah. So multiple people will get very close. Good spin, very clean. And we keep going. So, now onto the dirt. Landing. Looking very good through these parts. Now the right side setup again. Turn around, the most important part about this, it seems. And it looks good. A little bit on the edge, but works fine. This one a little bit on the edge as well. Hazard will do a couple of speed slides this time to compensate for the lost speed, and it works out. I feel like Hazard has a really good read on what exactly needs to be done there. If you lose a little bit of speed because you need to correct the line a bit too much, then you just do the couple of speed slides, you increase the speed slightly, and it's looking very, very controlled. Well, we are back. Tricky 2 jumps next, and then there's the high jump. How's the landing? Looks clean. Very good. Into the loop. Jumping through, and Hazard should be getting into the big jump again. Doing these sections pretty fast now. Feeling pretty confident. Can you explain a bit how the speed slides work? So essentially when you do like a very narrow drift, you can gain speed depending on how much speed you initially have. Let's see the high jump. Very good. Depends on the surface how much speed you need. On plastic, for example, it's 200 plus. Oh, good line again. This should land. Yeah, back to the pool. Really consistent. Just needs to clear these final few parts. And it could work. A little bit off. This should land in the pool. No worries. And retry this. So the main thing here is to just, if you're gonna fail this, then fail the last part, because you will drop down to the pool. Don't fail the first part. This looks great, and it works. Going for the spin. It's a little bit late, a little bit slower speed than last time, but it still works. No issue. It doesn't seem like you need to max that out at all. Then for the speed here, cleaner landing than last time. This looks good. Lands it. We are through this tricky speed check. Then just needs to keep the second gear, so avoiding 160 speed. Not happy with that speed. Probably has like some speed at the bottom of the ring to kind of look out for. Wants to get some specific speed here, or specific timing. Looks great, yeah, perfect. Perfect from Hazard, just one more jump. The third gear is bad because you stall the speed as you get it, and then you lose it getting a speed loss in the uphill in the landing. No problem. Back to floor 12, here we are. Another attempt. Attempt number 5, 6, 5, I think. Maybe 4 only, actually. But yeah, the third gear, the reason why it's bad is because when you drop the gear in this kind of an uphill, you will just lose more speed, right? So keeping the second gear avoids the speed loss that you would have when you drop the third gear. That seems to be the reason here. So counterintuitively, you don't want to max out your speed here, because that would give you the third gear and the slowdown. The slowdown is just more speed loss than, you know, the second gear speed. Here we go again then. Six sections on this floor. Hazard has cleared 2 of them. Almost 3. Maybe this is the winning run, yeah. Maybe Hazard clears floor 16 on this run. It's technically possible. There's a non-zero chance. But maybe we focus on floor 12 first, yeah? Maybe we try to get through this one. Knows how to do the start. If you fail this, you can retry it. Is it enough speed? Hazard feels comfortable and lands it again. 3 times in a row now. Seems to be getting a better feel for this after landing upside down twice. Set up here. Seems to be the line on the Trackmania logo. Gets the speed. Landing on the ramp looks good. And the final speed check, that's the main thing here. Lining. Lands it. Hazard. Back to the PB attempt. This is the jump combination. Needs to get through these next few parts. Last time lacked a little bit of speed. I think landed still a little bit too late. And didn't quite get enough speed to land clean. Bounced off of this, unfortunately over the platform. So now this time, just needs to get that earlier landing onto the final downhill. If the speed is lacking, you need to be prepared to somehow bounce onto the line. The landing below, if you completely miss the speed, the landing below, you can save. You can just slow down, air brake, land here, and you can retry the floor. So it's not like you need to full commit if you fail something here. Of course, there's going to be some kind of lines that do fail this entirely, but if you get to the end, then you can most likely save it as well. Whether you have the speed to clear the actual final jump or not. Let's see. Getting the speed, lands on the ramp, a little bit late on the landing, and this will be the save. Will land on the ramp. So we can try and go back. Drops to the pool. It's not really too much speed, it's just not getting the instant grip on the sausage block. In Trackmania, you generally don't accelerate in the air. So you will always accelerate more when you're touching the ground. Which means that if this final block combination there, if you land too late into it, you will lose out on acceleration. That's the problem. Bren's first attempt on this was actually ridiculous, because Bren got like a really good bounce from the ramp, getting the right front wheel immediately onto the final downhill. And if you have one wheel, that's enough. One wheel on the ground, that's enough to get the acceleration. But you do need to have that one wheel, at least. Did he save it when he knew he didn't have the speed, or did you just know it was safe to hit there? Well, I mean, it's never really fully safe, I guess. Right? Anything can happen, I suppose. But yeah, this already happened to Hazard before, so I'm pretty sure Hazard was aware. Was prepared to do the save. I think, you know, the problem with going too slow there might cause some other problems, so, you know, just hitting the wall, landing down, seems fine. Line here, lands it again 4 times in a row now. Getting better and better. Getting a bit more speed this time. Maybe it's not like an exact lineup here. No, I think, yeah, Hazard went a little bit forward for a little bit less speed. That seems to work really nicely now. Through the quarter pipe, and what about the line here? It works. It's always going to be very close, it's very calculated, but it works. So I guess this is maybe like a little bit of strategy that you need to figure out. Like, how do you get the grip onto this super early? If you go too close here, I do wonder if you might actually clip the landing too. Like if you try to push it so that you actually go on the lowest possible points. I don't know if you might clip here. But that seems like the best bet. Here we go. Third attempt. Gets the immediate landing, and that's it. Gets the line. It's all about that grip. All about the line, and it works for Hazard super well. Everything about getting that grip. On the third attempt, it works. Personal best. Then again, same thing. Instant grip onto this block. Clean landing onto turbo. Landing here. then the loop. And the loop and the jump speed check over this reverse turbo. Bren found a safe way here. If you land here, you can take the turbo back to the second section. So if you clip the landing, if you fail something after this very first drop down, and you still manage to get to the platform, you should be fine still. I have no idea what's going on with the texture here. That doesn't even look like Z fighting. Well, let's see it then. First attempt on this new part. Landing. Looks very clean. Goes on the red turbo. What about the loop line? It looks good. Over the turbo. Gets it. First try. No issues. Hazard on quite the run here. And now knows the next setup as well. Bren apparently giving Hazard some pointers. The two have been through this journey together. And they keep going. Keep helping each other out when they can. Then some speed through the hole into the ramp and jumping through here. It's a shorter section. But it is a pretty big... It's a pretty big speed check. Bren reached these points earlier today. Had, I think, 4 or 5 total attempts today to floor 12 and managed to make all of those work in the sense that there was a lot of progress made on each one of them. Failed this one as well, but that was because of the setup. Bren didn't know how much speed he would need to jump through this hole. Now we know. Bren has done the work, figured out what the setup needs to be. You need to start from the corner, take a white line here, drop down. Hazard, ready to try it out. Floor 9 is below at this point, if you fail something. So it's possible, if there's a mistake, that you fall down to floor 9. It covers a lot of ground, so it's probably possible that the landing does save there. But we hope for a one-shot. Landing works. The 2 ramps, oh, slow down, and now we hope for the floor 9 save. Floor 8, perhaps into the grass, missing the pool. We might be going down to floor 5. Good save. Perfectly calculated line through the hole. It's the very final jump of floor 5. But I don't think you can really continue from here. I think you need to probably drop to an earlier part. Great run though. Great run from Hazard. Slightly clipping the ramp. Slightly clipping the transition between the 2 ramps. Where is it? Yeah, this one we can kind of see from here. If you're too far to the left, you will just crash, right? So you need to have like a specific point when you jump from, and that could be the lowest possible point. That might be it. But if you also jump too far to the left, that's bad as well, right? So this line seems to be something where you kind of have to just learn what to do. And then the speed, the jump, landing here. Final part, Bren one-shot as well. into floor 13. But I mean, 4 out of 6. 4 out of 6 done. Hazard. Looking good. It's looking very nice. Waltergard is still by Bren, yes. The final part did look a bit wonky for Bren, but what we kind of learned from it is that it's not like a heavy speed check. Doesn't seem like it's like a ridiculous speed check that you need to max everything to clear. All in all, it seems like floor 12 a little bit shorter than many others, and a little bit more forgiving in the sense that you can redo many things. And while pretty much everything there is very precise and you need to get the speed checks right, the final jump from Bren's attempt, which keep in mind we have a sample size of 1, but when Bren did it, it looked like you don't need to max out the speed, so that could be something to make this 5th section the hardest remaining one. And then floor 13 is gonna be what it's gonna be, you know? But we're making a lot of progress all of a sudden. Hazard improves the personal best by like 100 meters with that run. Matt, good progress to you. Ixon, I think you mean. Ixon is not an alt of Elcon, no. Two different people. Ixon has a pretty good personal best as well. Close to floor 8, which is very solid. Ixon was top 3 on Deep Dip 1. Third person to finish that map. Lacking a little bit in the playtime, I think. So, you know, not full committing to these 100+ hour grinds. Elcon had a pretty short session today from what we saw, at least on the server. Didn't really get too many runs going, it feels. We're really seeing the players like who have this skill set, who know these specific tricks and these kinds of this kind of mapping style, you know, that the players who have done these kinds of RPG maps or trial maps or khaki maps or whatever, we do see those excel over the ones that might be extremely good players, right? And they are, but might also be, you know, either lacking a little bit of playtime, which, you know, is not to say that they haven't been playing at all, but they've maybe played like a few hours a day when, you know, these guys are playing like 8 to 10 hours a day, right? Or they might just lack the specific skill set. Thank you, Kevin. There's a lot of players with the same name also, and also people keep changing their names. So it's, yeah, it's very confusing. How many hours do you think the winner will grind for? Well, right now the highest numbers are somewhere in like 120, 130 hours. I feel like It's probably gonna be, you know, it will definitely get to like the 200-hour range at least, but it's really difficult to say. Because we haven't really seen the difficulty, the true difficulty of the final force. We'll see. Carl Jr. Jr. is Lingo, okay, yeah. Oh, both failing this one. Hazard saves it, Matt saves it. So, yeah, so... where was I? I completely forgot what I was about to say. But yeah, I think the 200-hour range probably will happen. We'll see. We'll see what is really gonna happen. Oh yeah, so Carl Jr. is Lingo. There's also Loso Jr., who is Analytics. And, you know, Loso is also another player. So now, there's also a player called Carl, right? So they're Carl Jr., Carl, and Carl Jr. Jr. You've been playing as SP Villa Jr.? Oh, okay. I don't know who Little Elcon is, yeah. Ubisoft Connect allows you to change your name once a month, and it's a disaster. Carl. There was a point in the game's history where everyone changed their name to some variation of Elcon, with like different numbers. Big disaster. Matt's probably trying to get to floor 8. Hazard here, 1400 meters almost. Oh, what's going on Hazard's stream? Utter chaos. Hey, maybe the chaos helps these players manage the challenge, yeah? Line looks good, maybe a little bit towards the wall. Hits it, but lands still. Matt lining up for these water parts. Oh, it's a little bit to the center still. Oh, and it flips the wrong way. Not able to save it. That's a long way down. There's never really any good recovery. Floor 6, potentially. No, misses decimal. Well, that was a clean landing on floor 3. Brick bobs. Yeah, okay, I see. I am so afraid of this isolate strat, honestly. I do feel like the high-speed line just makes a bit more sense from like a safety perspective. I suppose like you do whatever, just ends up being more consistent. Like you look at the numbers, okay, this works more often, I'm gonna do it. But this one looks like it's a bit luck dependent. I suppose it's fine. I suppose it's working. Well, barely landing its full rate. Doesn't really seem too tired after these multi-hour runs every day. But you kind of want to, you know, catch up to Bren as well. You want to discover new things. I think that's a big part of it, actually. Not just the fact that, you know, you catch up in terms of, like, you don't let the other players get too far away in terms of the entire competition, but I think it's also important for these players to be the first to discover, like, a new floor or a new trick or something. I think they actually want to, like, find the tricks and be the first to figure something out. I think they really enjoy that part of the challenge, because these are Hazard also like a pathfinding player, right? Yeah, especially for Hazard. Yeah, and like in general, these like RPG players, like someone like Lars would probably enjoy that as well. Why is Bren so much better than the others? I don't think Bren is so much better than the others. It wasn't too long ago when Bren was only like 3 sections ahead of Elcon and you know, everyone else. I don't think that the difference, like, we shouldn't draw too many conclusions from Bren getting like 1 day clearing 1 floor, because it might be the same thing for others, right? Hazard getting pretty close to clearing floor 12 as well, and when these other guys get to floor 12, maybe they're gonna clear it in 1 day as well. So it could just be that floor 12 is sort of like a quicker floor to figure out compared to like floor 11 and floor 10, especially for the non-ice players. So I wouldn't draw like too many conclusions based on like the distance here. It's rather like these other players haven't just solved the very final parts of floor 11. Of course, Bren is a world champion. So of course, Bren is very good and probably better at the game than almost anyone else that's currently grinding. But I don't think the difference is that big. I don't think it's like a 1.5 floor difference in skill level, you know? If you understand what I mean. So there's probably a skill difference, and Bren has been like more consistent than anyone I've seen. But at the same time, I don't think it's impossible that someone else has like a really, really good day and catches up to Bren as well. Bren gets by far the most attempts, his consistency is unmatched, but all top players are obviously skilled. Yeah, I agree. All I'm saying is that don't count anyone out. Elko and Virtual Lars, all of them are doing really well too. Scrappy might catch up too. Let's see then. None of that matters when Hazard is finishing this map with this run. True, I forgot. No more falls. It's all up from here. Okay, lands it. Floor 14 will be something. I'm afraid of the Viro creativity, but I know. Do the pros use controller or keyboard? Depends on the pro. Hazard here using keyboard. Bren, current world record holder, is using controller. My pleasure. Alright. So the keyboard versus controller is a little bit... depends on what you play. There are some styles. There are definitely some styles where controller is favored right now, and there aren't really styles, maybe some very specific techniques where keyboard can be like more comfortable. But generally speaking, keyboard doesn't really have an edge in the current patch. So if you are like starting Trackmania right now and you don't really have a preference over keyboard or controller, I would probably recommend controller. Keyboard isn't better on ice anymore. Used to be, not anymore. Not in the current ice patch. There is one thing actually, pretty recent thing, that actually can give keyboard like a slight edge on ice, and that is something called rapid triggers. Cars are floating so much today. It's just in spectating. So rapid triggers are essentially like a faster way, meaning that as soon as you start releasing a key on the keyboard, then it stops pressing it. And why this is important is because on ice you often need to do the shortest possible brake taps. So that can give like a very tiny edge for a keyboard on ice. I don't know if controllers have that these days. I feel like it's only recently come to keyboards. Not many keyboards have them, to my understanding. Analog keyboards, of course, are also a thing. Oh, Hazard back to floor 10. Gorilla grip can be harder on controller, yeah, okay. Very situational, but yeah. Icy wheels, dirt zoop. Works fine. Yeah, wheel can be better on like very smooth steer heavy stuff. Well, though there are very good controller players. Isn't Roa on controller? I don't know if Roa is still here. Oh, front we go. Waiting for the spin mainly. Good night, Red. Rest well. Here we go. Back up. Not even using action keys, wow. Then to the pool. Struggled a little bit occasionally on this. Then it works. Then the spin, and we don't need to talk about the spin anymore, I think. Hazard. I think it's around 50-50 today. 50-50 on the spin. This one looks a little bit slow. It's gonna go straight through the hole onto floor 9 though. It's a nice save. It's a nice save to have right below the hole. This is where you often end up. So, hey. It really does feel like a coin flip. Maybe it's less than 50-50. 40-60. Yeah, it's also possible to turtle after the fall, and it's especially bad because, you know, we've seen Hazard do like turtle saves very often, right? So you might ask like, okay, well, what's the problem? You just save it, right? The problem is that you have icy wheels, and you probably have wet wheels as well if you don't hit the dirt in a specific way. So, especially the icy wheels make you have less grip. I don't really know what wet wheel turtling is. I've never seen that ever, and I hope I never have to. But with icy wheels, your grip is really bad. In general, makes the car slippery. That makes sense, right? So when you swing the car back and forth, the wheels aren't getting the grip that they usually do when you're turtling. And that essentially just means that with like full icy wheels, you will not be able to save any kind of a turtle. This is why there's such like brutal points on some parts. For example, on floor 6, you have the section where you have to plastic bounce and land on the ice. But the fact that it's ice makes it really difficult to save if you land upside down. That's why so many runs die there. Oh, back on floor 10. Floor 9 doesn't seem to be a problem at all anymore. Hazard has improved on the spin. But sometimes, yeah, I feel like what has especially improved is the timing. So, right now, the timing is good, but the speed just doesn't follow. I'm not carrying through. Like, that's the one part that has to improve a little bit. Launch the pipe. Into the pool. No issues. I would probably get to floor 2 or 3 at most in one day. In attempt. Timing is good. Is it enough? Just barely. Is it savable? Turns a little too late. Oh, floor 9, maybe. Oh no, it's the worst place on floor 9 to fall to. It's the snake. Well, eventually lands. Is it possible to climb back up? I don't really actually know. Or do you have to... I guess no snake. Suppose you go... Suppose you go to the beginning of floor 7? Getting rid of wet wheels first though. Hazard got close to Elcon. Pretty close. Which part of floor 3 can possibly ever be failed? I mean, I don't know. The bug slide looks pretty failable. The ice jump. The ice corner jump thing. I do think, like, I understand what you mean, Wiania. Like, the biggest part of that is understanding the strategies. But it's still like, yeah, doing it is gonna be harder. And, you know, even if you know everything, still doing it will result in some surprises. The uphill slowdown can definitely be saved as well. This is not the snake save because Hazard didn't land on top of the block, fell into the block, kind of, you know? Weonia is a pretty good player, by the way. But, you know... not a new player. But, so I understand the point. It's not just chatting, like... I get that floor 3 probably mechanically easier than floor 2. Maybe a little bit more challenging in theory way. But yeah, like... It's still weird, right? The bug slide definitely is failable. No, usually it is Gloril, so fair enough. I do think, actually, that more people have cleared floor 3 than floor 2 in the practice segments. Oh, flips back up. What are you... Where are you, Hazard? You can't get onto the plastic here. What can you do? Oh, maybe you can... I think you just have to go for this. I think this is... Like jumping over... Is this possible? Somehow taking speed and jumping over to the water? Maybe here? This looks really scuffed. It's gonna try, I think. Wow, okay, well... I don't think that's designed to work, but alright. Worth the risk, I suppose. We do have still other people climbing as well. Matt trying to do the backward speed slides. Sammy has a personal best on floor 7 still. On the water parts, I believe. No, wait, no. Sammy made it past the water parts, so... Oh, Hazard in the meantime has turtled. Oh, this doesn't look savable. Went from the plastic, I think. From the plastic, wet plastic. Tricky. Well, 2-hour run almost. I think that's probably where it ends. Really good progress from Hazard still. I feel like just in general, getting to floor 11 this often, it's looking really positive. So I think Hazard is one session away from also getting to floor 13. Grimmerguys can't show top of the tower. We can, but we're choosing not to take too detailed looks into the undiscovered floors just yet. We'll discover them with the players. Right now, we're at the crystals. Ren has reached this point. Hazard was pretty close, 2 sections away, but not quite there yet. From here, we've reached the steep turbo in the beginning. So, we've looked ahead a little bit. Seems like you land here, go around here, and then there's this bobsleigh loop. And you probably fly, you go around all the way, and you fly with the plastic over into this pool. It looks pretty wild already. Floor 12 was cleared pretty quickly, and Hazard is close as well. But yeah, the crystals... We'll see how long that actually takes. We're in the very beginning, and you know, if we look at this from another direction, it looks like there's a lot of stuff remaining. A lot of plastic. A lot of weird plastic. We'll see. We'll see. Good night, Slimmy. I don't know about the new practice floors because even the organizers probably don't really know. They just figure out like, okay, now is the time, now is not the time, you know. They kind of figure those out as we go. When it's time to release a new floor, then they do it, basically. I think we might be done for the day as well. At this point, Hazard might still keep going. I am not sure. I'm not sure if Hazard said something along those lines. Might want to reach the next floor. Has been pretty close and has been pretty consistent. Hazard went to bed? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, wait. We might do something similar.